it is not real. Not even
the voice you are hearing is real.
The eye is perfect, but it is not our essence. We love imperfection.
Because imperfection is real. It's true. It's human. We are real. AI cannot feel the energy of the world. AI cannot feel for you. You cannot fake life. You have to experience it. The future is real. The future is rural. Welcome to the best tourism villages by UNWTO 2023.
We have asked artificial intelligence, what is the best tourism village? And guess what? High mountain tops, vibrant dances, flawless arts and crafts. It fulfills your traveling dreams with an artificial paradise. But it is not real. Not even
the voice you are hearing is real.
The eye is perfect, but it is not our essence. We love imperfection.
Because imperfection is real. It's true. It's human. We are real. AI cannot feel the energy of the world. AI cannot feel for you. You cannot fake life. You have to experience it. The future is real. The future is rural. Welcome to the best tourism villages by UNWTO 2023.
We have asked artificial intelligence, what is the best tourism village? And guess what? High mountain tops, vibrant dances, flawless arts and crafts. It fulfills your traveling dreams with an artificial paradise. But it is not real. Not even
the voice you are hearing is real.
The eye is perfect, but it is not our essence. We love imperfection.
Because imperfection is real. It's true. It's human. We are real. AI cannot feel the energy of the world. AI cannot feel for you. You cannot fake life. You have to experience it. The future is real. The future is rural. Welcome to the best tourism villages by UNWTO 2023.
We have asked artificial intelligence, what is the best tourism village? And guess what? High mountain tops, vibrant dances, flawless arts and crafts. It fulfills your traveling dreams with an artificial paradise. But it is not real. Not
even the voice you are hearing is real.
The eye is perfect, but it is not our essence. We love imperfection.
Because imperfection is real. It's true. It's human. We are real. AI cannot feel the energy of the world. AI cannot feel for you. You cannot fake life. You have to experience it. The future is real. The future is rural. Welcome to the best tourism villages by UNWTO 2023.
We have asked artificial intelligence, what is the best tourism village? And guess what? High mountain tops, vibrant dances, flawless arts and crafts. It fulfills your traveling dreams with an artificial paradise. But it is not real. Not even
the voice you are hearing is real.
The eye is perfect, but it is not our essence. We love imperfection.
Because imperfection is real. It's true. It's human. We are real. AI cannot feel the energy of the world. AI cannot feel for you. You cannot fake life. You have to experience it. The future is real. The future is rural. Welcome to the best tourism villages by UNWTO 2023.
We have asked artificial intelligence, what is the best tourism village? And guess what? High mountain tops, vibrant dances, flawless arts and crafts. It fulfills your traveling dreams with an artificial paradise. But it is not real. Not even
the voice you are hearing is real.
The eye is perfect, but it is not our essence. We love imperfection.
Because imperfection is real. It's true. It's human. We are real. AI cannot feel the energy of the world. AI cannot feel for you. You cannot fake life. You have to experience it. The future is real. The future is rural. Welcome to the best tourism villages by UNWTO 2023.
We have asked artificial intelligence, what is the best tourism village? And guess what? High mountain tops, vibrant dances, flawless arts and crafts. It fulfills your traveling dreams with an artificial paradise. But it is not real. Not even
the voice you are hearing is real.
The eye is perfect, but it is not our essence. We love imperfection.
Because imperfection is real. It's true. It's human. We are real. AI cannot feel the energy of the world. AI cannot feel for you. You cannot fake life. You have to experience it. The future is real. The future is rural. Welcome to the best tourism villages by UNWTO 2023. We have asked artificial intelligence, what is the best tourism village? And guess what? High mountain tops, vibrant dances, flawless arts and crafts. It fulfills your traveling dreams with an artificial paradise. But it is not real. Not even the voice you are hearing is real. The eye is perfect, but it is not our essence. We love imperfection. Because imperfection is real. It's true. It's human. We are real. AI cannot feel the energy of the world. AI cannot feel for you. You cannot fake life. You have to experience it. The future is real. The future is rural. Welcome to the best tourism villages by UNWTO 2023. We have asked artificial intelligence, what is the best tourism village? And guess what? High mountain tops, vibrant dances, flawless arts and crafts.
It fulfills your traveling dreams with an artificial paradise. But it is not real. Not even
the voice you are hearing is real.
The eye is perfect, but it is not our essence. We love imperfection.
Because imperfection is real. It's true. It's human. We are real. AI.
Bueno, un fuerte aplauso para...
A round of applause for the video, please. Good morning. These images we've just seen, they're precisely right now. That's what it's looking like with all wonderful ochres and red colors. I encourage you to enjoy it. So we're done. Let's start I'm Carlos Santamaria. I'd like to welcome the authorities and representatives of the OMT, the WTO, the 7th Global Conference on Wine Tourism to Logroño, Rioja, Spain.
As well as to all Spanish participants coming from around the country. We are also connecting live from Rioja Forum in Logroño to our online participants following us in YouTube. Wherever in the world you are watching, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Thank you so much for joining. In just a moment, we will proceed with the official opening ceremony. Yet, before we do so, for our participants here in the room, please remember interpretation is available on Channel 1 for Spanish and Channel 2 for English. We also encourage you to join the conversation on social media and use the official hashtag that we can see on the screen. Here we are. Y ahora sí, vamos a dar comienzo.
We're going to start to the opening ceremony of this 7th conference. The slogan this year is Inclusive, Sustainable and Digital Wine Tourism, Building Stronger Territorial Cohesion. We're known all over the world for its excellence in wine tourism, its unique blend of tradition and modernity. Since 2016, the WTO has been organizing this in different countries. Chile, Portugal, Italy, Georgia started off, and now it's Spain's turn. The Rioja. We're world leaders in wine tourism. Here we are to share ideas, to learn from each other. And I hope we could be a very useful and interesting conference to bring tourism and winemaking closer together. We want to be inspired over the next few days by this, and so we can learn things, copy things from each other, and see that wine tourism offers more opportunities, especially for the development of territories and their communities. And to start, I'd like to invite up to the stage for the opening ceremony Gonzalo Escobar Las Heras, the mayor of Logroño. Please come up. Good morning, dear Carlos, dear President, Secretary General of the WTO, of the authorities, and especially dear colleagues. I'm going to speak in Spanish, because it's my native language, the language of my life experience. I want to talk about experience in this initial intervention. We're going to talk, of course, we're going to talk about tourism and the future of tourism and its sustainability. And I want to talk about it from the experience of an average-sized city. It's the capital city of the best territory in the world, in my opinion, La Rioja. I'm the president, a dear president. I'd like to share with you what Rioja is and what it represents to welcome you here to Logroño. Logroño as a city has been marked by two key natural events. One is the River Ebro, just behind this Congress Center, this excellent building. The River Ebro determines everything to do with our urban planning, for example, and it's a brilliant, beautiful park around the city. We're the third city in Spain in terms of green spaces per inhabitant. We have the historical and vital experience of Logroño. It's the first itinerary in Europe, the Pilgrim's Way to Compostela. That the Pilgrim's Way connects us emotionally, artistically, and culturally with all of Europe, and by extension with the whole world. So it gives us a projection to Finisterre on the on the west of the Iberian Peninsula. So those are the two key ingredients. There's a third one as well, which is very linked to all this. In our DNA, we have a very strong wine character. Logroño can't be understood without the Pilgrim's Way or the Ebro or without the culture of wine. And that's where I'd like to show how I'm proud of what we have here in Logroño. It's a perfect combination of the winemaking culture of Rioja. We have an old historic quarter. If you have a time, I recommend you to visit it. It's on the Laurel and San Agustin streets, very historic. And yesterday I saw how good the level of cuisine and gastronomy is in La Rioja now, as you could see last night in the dinner. Now, with this commitment to wine, obviously we're talking about the past, but especially about a sustainable future. We have set up what we hope will be the reference building in the wine tourism universe, the cultural center of La Rioja. It's recovering a 16th century building very close to here, on the heart of the Pilgrim's Way. And the aim here is, thanks to the Vivanco family, to make it a cultural benchmark, also artistic and professional one, so that anybody who can contribute to the culture of wine and wine tourism can do it in the center of Logroño. And finally, I'd like to finish with a task that we have as a city, which links us to the challenge of sustainability, which the Secretary General of the WTO has put this forward as one of our features of local economy, proximity economy. And we really need to focus, and we wanted to make Logroño the European capital of proximity economy, circular economy. When we're talking about that challenge, we're talking about employment. It also has to do with linking into other experience that are part of tourism, culture, gastronomy, and shops, trade, and tourism. So at the moment, we're completing a very comprehensive agenda on trade and commerce as a priority, especially in the form of wine tourism. There are two parts, two sides of the same coin, which will be our contribution to sustainable tourism and quality tourism. A great welcome to Logroño, to this wonderful land of La Rioja, and it's very satisfying. I hope that when you leave and go home, you can talk in good terms of this land. I'm sure we'll give you reasons to do so. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The mayor pointed out that yesterday, that gastronomic experience that you had last night, I'm hearing a lot of very good things about that. But today, this afternoon, there's also a practical session in wineries. That'll be great. So let's continue with these opening words. And now it's the representative of the government. I'm going to read it. It's quite a general subdirector of tourism competition of the Secretary of State of Tourism in Spain. Félix de Paz, please come up to the stage.
Muy bien.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. I've got a little crib sheet here. I want to read something during my short presentation. There's other people are here to tell you many more interesting things than I will. But I'd like to start
trade and tourism, but tourism is still one of the most important things in this country. So thank you for joining us in La Rioja, in this very particular and outstanding place in Spain, and I wish you a very fruitful conference.
So, dear Mr. President, thank you for your hospitality. And Sandra, it's been a pleasure to be here with you. The WTO does some great things, and this is one of them. The President of the Parliament, we had a chance to speak yesterday about very interesting, the delegate of the national government, Mr. Mayor, the authorities, and I'd like to focus on two things, really. First, some excuses, and then some gratitude. I'd like to apologize for the absence of the Secretary of State. Couldn't come because of the new ministers taking their portfolio today. So I'm here in representation of the minister. So I'd like to thank you for coming to this conference, and I wish you the best. And also, the Rioja is a region that a lot of work is being done on particular things, particular features that make it unique. And this uniqueness needs to shine in that sense. So the gratitude, obviously, acknowledgements. Last night, the president, 24-hour president, it shows how closely involved and especially how pleasant it is to be here. We really feel at home here. And I'd like to finish very quickly I'd like to mention something important. After asking for that connection through LinkedIn, I was surfing internet, and I found the following. Point one, we urgently need an up-to-date diagnosis of tourism's supply and demand. And secondly, we need to drive real participation processes to create a plan for the whole sector. Third, we need to work hard on international tourism with very specific and well-focused propositions. Fourth, we need to update Rioja tourism. And then there's this rich concept that this land offers based on wine, working on the values of a brand, redefining its content from the wineries are the essential link in this chain, so we can there project a rural image, a natural image, market garden image. I have nothing more to add there, because I think but for the Secretary of State for Tourism is part of our, obviously this is the way we're going in the use of good use of European funds. The Spanish presidency of the European Union, which is coming to an end now, we're organizing forums and meetings insisting on this notion, competition, quality. There's a regulation that's being currently drawn up as well, accommodation. And I think we need to bring closer this international projection of the Rioja to bring tourists here. The other day, I asked the president if there was an online or digital tourism structurally. I was told no. I said, well, really, we need to work hard on that, because it's a very defining value, especially of the tourism brand for Spain, combining it with the Spanish language, obviously in Rioja. This is where the Spanish language was born. I'm not going to say any more, but it's great to be here with you. and I hope you have a great conference. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. You've defined some of the objectives that the conference has, and I'm sure we'll see in different sessions. Now, Sandra Carvao now is the she's from the WTO. She's the director of marketing and competition. A great round of applause for Sandra, please.
Muy buenos días, estimado presidente.
Good morning, dear President. Thank you for receiving us here, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much for your hospitality and for sharing these projects, which are so exciting. And then Felix, from the Secretary of State, the UNWTO is the specialized agency for tourism of the United Nations and the only agency that has its headquarters in Spain. So it's about time that we can finally hold our conference in Spain, in particular here in La Rioja. So welcome to La Rioja. It's a pleasure to find ourselves here in this landscape where tradition mingles with technology and an extraordinary heritage, which you're going to be discovering this evening. Yesterday's show was really interesting, this combination of culture, art, and this wonderful story that we learned. Also for the pairing dinner with excellent wines and excellent food, which I'm sure we'll continue to enjoy these days.
And also the ones that follow us online. This year, we gather here to continue a very important conversation. In the coming 2 days, we will focus on key issues to progress how wine tourism can build territorial cohesion, issues such as skills and education, data and knowledge, governance and collaboration, and of course, sustainability. This conference is about bringing the benefits of tourism to rural areas, creating new opportunities for businesses and for communities. Yesterday, we saw how restaurants are transforming the villages here in La Rioja. This is the example that we want wine tourism to continue. Depopulation is one of the major challenges in all our societies. We need to create new opportunities for territories, and this is an economic but also a social challenge. Dear friends, we need also clear policies, and we need to create synergies between all levels. And this is why we're very happy to have representatives of more than 40 countries today with us, from academia, from the private sector, local destinations, national destinations. Actually, only together can we have this transformation that we want. We will talk about digitalization, we'll talk about data. We all know that if we want to manage better, we need to understand better. We hope that we can advance our quest to create a common, comparable framework for wine tourism, and this conference is one of the stepping stones in this process. I want to thank you all again for joining us, and I look forward for the discussions that will follow. Y me gustaría terminar agradeciendo una vez más.
To finish, I would like to thank Logroño and Spain for the opportunity of coming here. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Spain is a really welcoming land, but particularly La Rioja and Logroño. And the president of this community is here as well. He has lived not only here in the, which is the cradle of the Spanish language, but he has lived elsewhere, and he knows what wine culture means. Gonzalo Capellan, of the Government of La Rioja.
That's the problem with this.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking you.
A little bit. Good morning and welcome. Before starting with my welcoming words, I would like to say to Felix that I was delighted to accept that LinkedIn connection with him and the questions that he has posed on the challenges of the future of tourism in our autonomous community, which I think can be extrapolated to the whole sector in our country, are reflections that were made at one point by a tourism regional minister who learned so much from his land that tourism can have for the sustainable development of society in general. So thank you, and thank you for sharing this reflection, which I think we can share, all of us who are here today. On behalf of all the people of Rioja, I want to give you the warmest welcome, and as has been pointed out already, we are a welcoming land, but sometimes in these cases, more than what one says or one perceives. As Carlos mentioned, I have lived for many years outside La Rioja, in other regions in Spain and in other countries in Europe and the rest of the world. And that always gives you a certain perspective. And I also share with Sandra from the UNWTO the importance of data, of that empirical evidence that allows us to go beyond our subjective personal perception, to have comparable data which are standardized, which allow us to compare, analyze, and to advance together. In this sense, there's a recognized platform in the world of tourism, Booking.com, named La Rioja as the most hospitable region in the world. And that is a responsibility on which we're going to continue working, but which also valorizes something that is not necessarily found in those tangible aspects in economic or touristic data, which is people and persons. And in this sense, La Rioja has this key capital to make these experiences in Rioja both extraordinary and unforgettable. I would also like to extend a special welcome to all of you who have come from those 40 countries, and particularly we want to thank the delegations of the representatives from across the world, hoping that your experience in Rioja is going to help strengthen the ties that we have with enriching experiences elsewhere, and we really hope that you will enjoy our land. Most sincerely, I think that La Rioja is the perfect place to celebrate a World Wine Tourism Conference, not only because of the recognized quality, renowned quality of our wines, but also because you're in a land that breathes wine through all its pores, that takes care of wine, and that loves wine. If wine is the main motivation of tourism, which comes from the name wine tourism, that coupage that we have, that blend that allows us to explore wine in many different dimensions. The heritage, the wine heritage, which is an exceptional heritage and the link between man and wine over time. The landscape that shows us this harmonized nature with our vines, the terraces, the slopes, the flowers, and the animals that we have seen in that video, the architecture, which includes the winemaking process, and which is truly splendorous in our land. The gastronomy, this food which is traditionally associated to our wines, which brings together excellent local produce to enhance those superb wines that we're making, and as you saw yesterday, and which I'm sure that has left an unforgettable memory with you. This experiential of culture and wine, which is all our identity, and from that unique branding between wine and tourism, we have this enormous, vast territory that crystallizes in a culture, the culture of wine in all its dimensions, and which opens up wide horizons to cultivate, to explore, to continue experimenting, and to enjoy. In all its extension, the culture of wine is present on the everyday and the life of our peoples and our lands. It is part of our history, and it is a key part of our identity. By this I mean that wine for us, for the people of Rioja, is not just a decisive part of our regional economy. Wine is and has become the best window to understand La Rioja, and also for the projection of La Rioja across the world. From the smallest winery to the largest, from that underground cellar to those impressive architectures that turn many of our wineries into true works of art. La Rioja has a unique way of understanding wine, starting from the tradition we have inherited from our forefathers, the love for the landscape, the commitment, the knowledge, and the effort that our grape growers put into their work until their grapes finally become our wines. All of this has impregnated this region where wine is lived with pride and with passion. Wine tourism in all its forms and expressions is a crucial aspect for our region, because La Rioja, we understand, is that unique fusion between wine and tourism, not only enriches our traditions, but also fosters our local economies and promotes cultural exchange. Wine tourism allows us to revitalize certain areas which are far from the cities, and this is particularly important in a land which, like La Rioja, where, like many other places in La Rioja, where 114 of its 126 municipalities have less than 100 inhabitants. So when we look at wine tourism, we realize the tremendous potential it has in a land which is covered by wineries and vineyards throughout its territory. Today, the tourists that come to visit us, they can participate in the vintage. They can explore vineyards on a bicycle or riding or even flying over them on balloons. They can also take this relaxing walk through these different mountain ranges that surround us. They can have a wine with a personalized label. They can learn how to talk about wine in that specific language, which is so well known. In vineyards, we have shows, we have concerts, practically any kind of event you can imagine. The same thing happens in our wineries, which become the best settings for events where you can uncork the most unique activities. Around wine, we have this cultural revolution aboard an engine that is taking us from wine production to the sublime art of welcoming and telling stories around wine. In La Rioja, we are proud of the development achieved in the last few years with projects which are very special and which are unique, and with making it a unique land, such as the Museum of the Culture of Wine, which you're going to have the chance to visit, or the Wine Station District in Aro. Also the Center of Wine Culture of La Rioja, which is our capital, Logroño, and all the initiatives developed by the private sector in wineries across La Rioja. But we should not just stop with that. In fact, the extraordinary vitality of wine tourism in La Rioja is such that I can assure you that over the next few years, we're going to see new projects that are going to really empower wine tourism in our region. There are going to be excellent calls for people to come back or to come for the first time to visit us in La Rioja. Tourism is one of the industries that most rapidly evolves, incorporating technological, social, and cultural areas, and that is why being such a dynamic sector requires paying constant attention to changes and participating in conversations such as the ones we're going to have here. That is why I'm particularly grateful, Sandra, to the UNWTO for having chosen us for this event, and I would like to congratulate you on this very interesting program that we have around some aspects which are essential for the development of our territory: training, governance, digitalization, and thank you to the government of Spain as well for allowing us to hold this conference here. I think that the tourist sector is very important, and I think that this kind of encounter between professionals are essential to continue advancing together towards the future. Undoubtedly, this meeting is benefiting, in all sectors. We have seen here teachers, we have seen here professionals, and we recognize the existing challenges, and we certainly have a commitment to professionalization and digitalization and governance, preserving our roots in this path towards the future. I want to underscore the importance of the concept of governance that is going to be talked about over the next few years. After going through the municipalities of La Rioja, I see the need to listen to our citizens, to walk on the field, to work on the field with our citizens so that we can fulfill their dreams and meet their needs and fulfill their dreams. And this is going to push us to look for a sustainable model of tourism that will meet collective goals for development. We're going to unceasingly work this way, and I trust that this conference is going to become a fruitful event for fostering the different regions, wine regions of the world represented here. I'm sure that we're going to come out with some deeper comprehension and renovated appreciation to benefit wine tourism and each of our communities. To all the participants, I hope you'll have a memorable stay here in La Rioja, and I hope that you will enjoy our hospitality, our wine, and the beauty of our beautiful land. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, presidente. A veces las autoridades.
Thank you. Sometimes the authorities talk from what they've heard about, but definitely the mayor and the president know what they're talking about. Now we're going to ask all of you to come back up on stage to get that inaugural photograph with a big applause, because this has just started, and we're going to have an intense morning and evening. These members, there we have them. Great expectations. Yeah, this great expectation. I want a hand for all the members of the press who are covering this event, collecting the images and the testimonies that we are seeing here. Great. Well, thank you very much, four of you. And now we're going to start the sessions, which are about to begin. As I said, the president and the mayor know what they're talking about. The mayor of Logroño, he's fully Riojan, and he knows what the way of St. James is. He knows what the world of culture is. And the president is from Haro. You know that the capital of La Rioja is Logroño, but the capital of Rioja wine is from Haro, which is where our president comes from.
Conference, let's continue by deep diving into the future of wine tourism. What's changing? What comes next? And to shed some light on these questions, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Joe Fattorini, wine expert and radio and TV presenter from the United Kingdom, and Sandra Carvao, Director of Tourism Market Intelligence and Competitiveness at UNWTO. Van a venir de inmediato, les damos un aplauso ahora mismo en cuanto coloquen el micrófono a Sandra, y yo les insisto en esto.
We will have them up here on stage as soon as they get the microphones on the speakers, and do please share this with your hashtag, with our hashtag, through your social media, so this can reach. Yeah, you can take as many pictures if you want. If you see we didn't come out well in the picture, just take another picture again. Make sure we come out looking really wonderful. So here we have.
One, two, three, yes. you can hear me. Good morning. Good. Buenos días.
Good morning.
Oh, yes.
Good. Well, very warm welcome to what I think was going to be a very, very enriching conversation between us two, but also with you on the audience.
Don't get your hopes up. You never know.
Oh, definitely. I do have my hopes very high. So I'm just going to very briefly tell you who Joe is. So Joe is a strategist, marketing, branding. But the most impressive thing is he has hosted and hosts the wine show, which, take note, reaches 100 million viewers in 110 countries.
Yeah.
So Joe, starting with that, how do you reach these people if you're a winery, a destination? What's the strategy that you need to have?
It's an excellent question. You appear on the wine show as the very short answer, but there is a directly applicable answer that people today can go away and maybe not instantly reach 100 million people, but can reach a much broader audience. To give you a sense, when we first made the wine show, I'm a wine merchant. I'm not a TV presenter at all. And I have to tell you, the number one thing about making good, engaging television is not to want to be a television presenter, because you're not there for your own reason, you're there for the viewer's reason, and you have a real viewer orientation. No matter what you do, if you don't pick up anything else from today, the number one thing you can do in any communication around wine tourism is to look at what you say and what you write and replace the word I or we with the word you as many times as you can. And at the end of, let's say, a blog or your website or a presentation even when you're doing a tour, try and make sure that the word you appears 3 to 5 times more than the word I or we. And what it does is you go from saying, we've built this wonderful winery and we have this lovely heritage, to you're going to enjoy this extraordinary heritage in a winery that you'll never forget. And it transforms that route round. So when you're making a television program, you're acutely aware that your duty is not to the wine producers. I say this because I was telling somebody before, your duty really isn't. There's me in the show, but we also have these very famous actors, and there's Dominic West, who is King Charles, Prince Charles in The Crown. And when we were making one show, we lost him at Quinta de Noval, and we were treading grapes in a lagar, and we lost him completely. And after about 30 seconds of trying to find him, the lagar of grapes exploded. And it turned out he'd been swimming under the grapes, and he burst out. I remember he stood up with a roar, with the grapes dripping down his face, shouting, "I am the god of wine, I am Bacchus." He'd had a lot to drink. And I looked at the winemaker, I said, "I'm so sorry, we've completely ruined an entire harvest of your grapes at Quinta de Noval." And bless her, she said, no, you haven't. You've just made the most popular vintage of Quinta de Noval ever among women like me. So when we started the wine show, I was this wine merchant, and I sort of came and when we looked at what we were going to go and make, because we knew our duty wasn't to wineries, our duty was to viewers. And so when we created it, one of our things is we didn't particularly want to talk to wine people. So actually, if you want to talk to 1 million people, make a wine program. If you want to talk to 100 million people, don't make a wine program, make a program that people who drink wine quite like. So you tell broader stories. So yes, you could say, how do you talk to them? You go out to this huge audience, you spend a lot of money, it does cost quite a lot of money to make TV, you have negotiations with CNBC to distribute it around the world. Actually, at its heart is us sitting in a room, and I can do this very quickly because you can do this at home. Every film we made started with 3 sentences, and you can use this yourself. The sentences have to follow an exact structure. So sentence 1 has to ask a question. What are those big black bulls on the side of the motorway in Spain? Because all stories have to have an arc. And I think it was Felix who was talking about stories. And actually, stories are not just you telling somebody something. They have to follow an arc of some description. Sentence 2 has to have 2 numbers in it. So they are 14 meters tall. They are Osborne Veterano bulls, and there are 92 of them in Spain currently. Now I have a sense of the scale of the thing, how many the thing are, how long it took for such and such a thing to happen. So now I've got this relative scale. Sentence 3 has to have a powerful visual image, because whatever you're doing with your writing or your broadcasting, you're creating images that will make people in wine tourism want to go there. So in the final scene of Bigas Lunes' film, Jamón, Jamón, the villain and the hero fight naked to the death, hitting each other with ham bones under an Osborne Veterano bull until lightning strikes and the villain is killed by a falling pair of testicles. Now you have this visual image on your head. Now, we had never actually made that. If anybody wants to help us go and make that film, actually, I'd love to go and do it. It'd be a great film. But you can start to think of all these stories that you can tell as a wine tourism operator or as a region, where you go, okay, can I do those 3 sentences? How did a list of cheese change the world? Well, in 975, a Castilian monk makes a note in the side of a cheese list that's in Vulgar Latin, and today that means that 486 million people in the world speak Spanish. Now you can all think of your own kind of visual image that makes that happen. So the sort of very long answer is essentially you create these stories that really engage with people, and you then make TV programs with really good directors and you sell them around the world.
Perfect. Thank you, Joe. I think definitely each of us is already thinking, how can I transform my experience into a story? You're talking about the importance of focusing in the other side, in who's watching, in this case, who's listening, who's visiting.
Yeah.
How has that changed over time? Because obviously, talking to the other side implies that you need to understand what is changing on the other side.
Absolutely, and when there was an experiment we did quite early on, and one of those things I work in my sort of day job, if you like, is a great deal of these 2 ideas of social commerce. So this sort of notion that you can use, I mean, when we started making the show, essentially things just went out on linear mainstream TV. I mean, it does go out on linear mainstream TV. I got on the bus the other day. I live in Stockholm. I got on the bus, and a rather drunk man, this is very unusual in Sweden, shouted, "It's Obi-Wan Kenobi," which was one of the lines from the show, and he'd been watching it 20 minutes before.
Oh, wow.
And so even now, you get these recognitions. But so we go out on linear TV, but actually a lot of the way the show is watched now is on the back of airline seats, it's on people's phones, it's in little snippets. So, we make an hour-long show, but actually people might only watch 30 seconds of it or 10 minutes. And those intersect really closely with the ability for people to go and either explore or buy that experience directly. And that links with this broader notion of the digital shelf, which is how the products we sell, so for instance, the experience and the thing I buy in a Rioja visitor experience is not purely being here. And in fact, I might not come here for some time, but I might engage with Rioja digitally for quite a long period of time, or I might come here, get really into it, and then engage with the products when I go home. So it's this sort of intersection. That has changed, I think, dramatically over the period of time that we've made the show. So now we are making versions where they are shorter. There's one actually on YouTube. So if anybody gets a chance, go to YouTube. There was a film. This was entirely funded by a single producer in Bulgaria. And the idea of making that wasn't purely that we sold the idea of going to visit this winery in Bulgaria. The idea was that the show is distributed with QR codes and click-through links that take, he wanted to grow his sales in America, they take you straight to a site in America that tells you the closest physical retailer to buy that wine. So as well as saying, come to Bulgaria, it's beautiful, here's Dominic West looking lovely, and Joe, and they go around and have fun, you can actually go and say, there's a guy who's 3 kilometers away from me who's selling that wine. That guy will deliver it to me within 3 days. And I think that's been a big transformation for us with the show.
What would you say are the key success for digital? Because obviously, you were saying you need to invest in multi-channel, multi-formats. But looking forward also, we have a lot of small wineries in the market. but also at the same time, digital offers a lot of low-cost opportunities if you do it well.
It absolutely does. I consulted to a winery recently who does a lot of, it's a phenomenal winery in Canada, and they do an enormous amount of, much of their business is going and is wine tourism based. I always think of wine tourism as being a little bit like the sommelier in a restaurant. You know, in restaurants, half the revenue in a good restaurant comes from wine, half from food. But it's disproportionately profitable because it has essentially one person does the work. In a kitchen, you've got 12 people and all the waiters to get the food out. So actually, your operating profit comes that way. I think wine tourism, and a lot of people I speak to say that wine production can become a sort of cost-neutral marketing exercise for my profitable wine tourism business. In the UK, that's certainly very true. I think wine tourism is what drives those businesses. In this case, and the guy in Canada, he was there and he looked at it in this quite linear way, and this is not uncommon, to say, how can I put content on my channels that make me inflate? I then sort of said, well, look, you could go and get slightly more people to visit your 15,000 subscriber, follower account. But actually what you could do is you could do things in your tourism experience to get on 1,000, 3,000 follower accounts. So I think thinking quite creatively about how do I get myself into other people's feeds? How do I collaborate with other brands that allows me to go and do things? How do I differentiate my audience? Who are the people who are most engaged? Bear in mind at the moment, the single most trusted form of wine recommendation is a friend or family. And I think we have to go back to that sense. We've been slightly deluded into the idea, not least by social media platforms, into thinking that any connection is the same value. It's not. 26% of people take press recommendations. I'm a press writer. Now, I know that as a journalist, I have a reach of around 250,000 people I write for a magazine called Saga in the UK. But it's quite a low-touch engagement. Now, I think it's something like a third take recommendations from shop staff, but around a half take recommendations from family and friends. If you appear, and if you are able to appear in the feeds of families and friends and of people making personal recommendations, those networks, I think we're now getting a broader sense that that's really where power lies. So I do believe in the power of the sort of micro-influence, so the 10,000 follower model, where in many ways they have a much tighter connection, I think, with their audiences than trying to do a big collaboration with somebody huge. I think that's probably not answering your question, even remotely.
No, I think it is, but if you're a small producer, imagine obviously you're a small winery with limited resources, which often happens, or a smaller destination. What would you advise them to do?
One of those things would be to segment who my audience is. Now, I'm doing exactly this for a small winery. And the first thing that we've done is we've taken out about the top 100 people that they have some kind of connection with. And what we started to say is, let's engage with those people very directly, to the point, if we know where they live, let's send them a handwritten letter. Now, I know that sounds strange in the context of sort of digital engagement, but actually, digital engagement intersects with different other forms of engagement. So those top 100 customers that they sell to directly, the top ones, actually one thing he's going to do, he had half a barrel he didn't know what to do with. And he said it was really nice, but it wasn't really suitable for the rest of the range. So he's bottling it, and he's sending it for free to the top 100 customers with a handwritten note. And essentially, that's the most valuable thing he's ever sent. Because you can't buy the product. Forget the fact that he couldn't really sell it either, but you can't buy that. But what he's saying to people is, I love you so much that I'm sending you this product. Now, what he's then asking them to do is to say, can you share that on social media? So people then go and say, you know what, I got this unique wine from this chateau. It's absolutely amazing, and I tried it with my friends. That then allows you to have this sort of broader reach. How do you use that product in a way that goes and then connects with other people's tight audiences? So I think it's that thing of segmentation. You then look at other parts. I think don't be afraid of being yourself. If there are certain rules that put animals on, if you put a dog on, it massively increases. If you've got a winery dog, winery cat, winery goat, winery llama. I went to a winery the other day, it had winery llamas. Do you believe this? This is totally true. I said, why do you have winery llamas? He said, to keep the wolves away.
Oh, wow.
He says, a Swedish winery, I know, bizarre. I'm actually making a TV show about Swedish wineries at the moment. And he said, yeah, we have a problem with wolves, and they come and kill the sheep. He said, they're not a problem for the grapes. Apparently. Anyway, I said, well, what do the llamas do? He said, apparently Swedish wolves just think that llamas are weird. And so they run away from them. Now, of course, now I've got the most fabulously viral piece of content. And if you think about that, you put that in the right sort of way, that's a really interesting, slightly weird story that only a small person could ever capture. Have a look at the famous video that Stephen Cronk did from from Domaine Mirabeau, where he showed you how you could open a bottle of wine using a shoe and a wall if you didn't have a corkscrew. It's still to this day, and still millions of people go and click on it. He was a single small winery, kind of a fun idea. He kept going back to it. I mean, he then revisited it. He got people to share it. But actually, nothing beats the power of a really good idea that's quite personal to you.
Yeah, and very personal, as you say. I always say that this is about conversations and not just us. So we do have microphones around the audience. So if anyone wants to make a question to Joe, we're here to steer the conversation on everyone.
Be kind. Don't ask me hard ones. I'm normally given a script.
I see if we can get the microphone.
I can tell you, actually, I don't have a script ever. And sometimes people say, do you script it? And we don't. Actually, what we do, if you're ever doing these sorts of things, the most, just as an insight from behind the screen, you know, when people say be yourself, it is literally the hardest thing in the world to go and do. The most important part of any TV show is the 15 to 20 minutes before they turn the camera on. Because what will tend to happen there is I'll just go and chat to people. And you'll just chat to them in a quite normal way so that when the camera begins, it doesn't feel like it's the start. And if you're ever asked to go and do TV, don't worry about the camera being on. I mean, you will, obviously. But just try and engage yourself, try to lose yourself in conversation with the presenter beforehand, because then it just feels like it's a continuation of the conversation. Somebody has a microphone.
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
Paul?
Yes, so absolutely agree with what you're saying here, and I'm going to give you a bit of a softball question here, but so many wineries think that the way to get attention is to do exactly what everyone else does. So the photographs they put on their website look exactly like the other photos. The messages, every winery in the world makes quality wine, and they're focused on quality. Could you talk a little bit about what wineries shouldn't do if they're interested in trying to create some kind of unique vision and image for themselves?
It's such a good question, and I'm going to give you a bit of marketing theory here. There was a lady called Hedwig von Restorff. Anyone ever heard of Hedwig von Restorff? If you want to go and see the power of her effect, look up, I know you come from California, maybe near the Bay Area. If you look up the poster, the Bay Area Death Fest. It was a death metal festival in San Francisco Bay Area some years ago. And people, I won't sort of tell you what to look for. When you go there, you'll see what it is. And it's essentially, the question is, why did everybody go to watch a very small, unknown death metal band from Dunfermline? And when you look, you'll see that their logo, all death metal bands have those spidery logos. And they were called Party Cannon, and it looked like a children's play zone. So everybody goes to see the one thing that doesn't look like absolutely everything else. One of the other brands that you must go and see, I cannot recommend it enough, go and look up the Rochambeau Club. So the Rochambeau Club has absolutely no pictures at all that are real. When you go into it, it's a tennis club in Provence. I don't want to give too much away, but you have to join this tennis club, this very exclusive tennis club, which you can join for free in southern France. And it's not until you realize that you've been looking at a pair of £700 shoes and dressing gowns and weird tennis wear that you discover you can also buy the Bar Rosé. The Bar Rosé costs £25. That's the thing you buy. But everything else is just this complete fiction. Now, the reason people love it is because it doesn't look in any way like a wine. It's a tennis club in southern France, which has essentially got loads of stock photos from like American Vogue. There's guys who look like Bjorn Borg in the 1980s. And so there's an awful lot about how they need to get a pedalo assistant. And they're a member of the International Pedalo Operators Association. It's just this big joke to them. Now, those are kind of extremes, but essentially they are not doing the thing. Now, the von Restorff effect, which you see on this poster, is Hedwig von Restorff discovered that if you had a list of letters and there's a single number in the middle of it, everyone remembers the number. If you have a list of black letters and there's a blue letter, everyone remembers the blue number. Build in the von Restorff effect into what you do, in that sort of sense of, if you do what everybody else does, it's kind of safe, and you think, well, it can't go wrong. Absolutely, but you kind of can't go right. You have to have some element where you are slightly different, where there is a sort of different thing. So if you don't have a winery dog, but you have a winery llama, feature the winery llama. That's the thing that's sort of different. Now, a lot of the rest of it can be kind of you. In your language, to be honest, if you use the word you more than use the word I or we, you will enjoy the von Restorff effect because everybody uses, I did this, we did such as, I inherited it from my mother. Everyone has that same story. Yours will be kind of different in that way. So it is that point of difference and distinction and having a sort of personal tone of voice. But yeah, both of those. The Rochambeau Club, I think, is one of the most brilliant wine brands out there. Tragically, it is not a tourism brand because you can't go there. It doesn't actually exist. It's entirely... But notice, it's one of the most visited wine places, certainly in West London at the moment, and it lives entirely in people's heads. And that's the power of really great storytelling, is that you can create something that lives in someone's heads. If somebody comes to visit you, they've already been in their head first. How do you take somebody there in their head?
Perfect.
Anybody else? There's
Yes.
somebody else who's got a thing here. If afterwards, come and ask me why wine writers are no more effective than toilet paper. And I won't tell you now, but there's a really good example, a brilliant example, and it's proved as well, that wine writers have no more power over wine sales than lavatory paper.
Okay, Joe. My name is Manu. My homeland is La Rioja, and my hometown is Haro, capital de Rioja. Then, what is your opinion, or what is in the wine regions the best positioning and branding that you know worldwide?
That's such a good example. I'm going to use a slightly weird. I always use slightly weird analogies. I'm a great fan of the French structuralists. The translators are hating me right now, I think. French structuralists have that sort of idea that the way we understand something isn't in isolation, it's in relation to other stuff. So if you like, a cat is not a dog. That's how I know what a cat is. It's also not a tiger. We understand it because it's not lots of other things. And we understand everything because they connect to other things that we know about. One of the problems with wine regions, and indeed with wine, is that it exists in a weird space that we don't have any connection to. What's my connection to Rioja? Now, I have one. I've been. I've made a TV show where I know that Rioja Alta has an interesting Basque connection. And so that was how, when we made the show, it was sort of, well, what of the different parts of Rioja, which one is slightly different from the others? Well, it's Rioja Alta, because it has this Basque heritage, and Basque has its own identity and language and so on. So when you're making a sense of what's that market positioning, there's that lovely line from, he's now a winemaker, from Sir John Hegarty. He said, the most valuable piece of real estate in the world is at the corner of someone's mind. So it's owning that bit of somebody's mind that's connected to other parts of their mind. So if I'm there in La Rioja, I look at what my market is, and I say, come to the home of, the greatest English Sunday lunch. Everybody in Britain serves Rioja at Sunday lunch. But you're connecting to something that has meaning for them, to you. So you're all the time looking for those bridges. How do I build a bridge from here to there? So I worked for a winery that was down in, outside Malaga. And it was that sort of sense of what goes on in the hills behind your holiday resort. There's a dude making wine. And he's making wine, they've been making wine since Julius Caesar retired his troops after the Battle of Archimpino. Now, everybody kind of knows who Julius Caesar is. They know what it's like to be on the beach in Marbella. They know that there are hills behind the beach in Marbella. Now I'm taking myself there. Now, I don't know exactly what it is, but everybody's interesting. You will have fascinating family history that will then go and connect you to other people's everyday real-life stories. So it's sometimes about what do I have that connects me to other people, if that works.
Yeah, I think that comes to your initial point about you. You are actually communicating towards the lens of the people that are listening to you and connecting the dots why should this matter to me?
I have this sort of weird thing, you know, football is one of those universal things that connects people. I don't watch football, it's never really got to me. But my great-grandfather, this is his ring, was the man who made the FA Cup in the UK. I now instantly have a connection with pretty much anybody who follows football anywhere in the world because they've all vaguely heard of the FA Cup. Interestingly, it was originally designed around a champagne ice bucket, and it has grapes all over the top. We don't know why, but that was one of the... Now I've got a connection with everybody who drinks champagne. Finding those little artifacts, and often it's an artifact that explodes into a much bigger thing. The llama is an artifact that explodes into a much bigger, engaging story. And each winery, and a bit like each winery will have a different one of those.
Perfect. Any other question?
Who else has got something? Oh,
Yes,
good.
there
Don't
you
tell
go.
me I answered all your questions. I'm sure not yet. Why did you not wear a tie, Joe? Minister, I'm very sorry I didn't wear a
Hello, I come from Madeira Island, and I know that you've been there.
tie. I have.
So we are a very small region, and Sandra was talking about small regions and small wineries. How can they do to survive to the digital media? And I would like to know, how would you portray or how would you see wine tourism in Madeira, knowing that we are very, very, very small, according to Portugal or Porto, we have a very small wine area. So what's your idea?
Yeah, don't worry too much about things being small. Domenico Romani Conti is pretty small, and it's practically a site of religious devotion. It's the new Santiago de Compostela for wine people, you know, they sort of migrate there. Size isn't important. I know it sometimes is. Size isn't everything. Each place that you'll often be able to find, here's two things that you can use. And I always quite like to give people things that are immediately applicable. One of them is that most people aren't looking for a good wine. They're looking for a guarantee or a good wine experience. Most people are looking for an absolute guarantee that it won't be shit. Margaret Thatcher had her honeymoon on Madeira. Now, if Margaret Thatcher, a world leader, had her honeymoon on Madeira, it's pretty much guaranteed not to be shit. I mean, you might hate Margaret Thatcher and so on, but that kind of a thing says, actually, other people who I trust, they went there and they quite liked it. So for small wine regions, because there's an element of adventure about going to a smaller, lesser-known place, the first thing you have to do is to reassure people that there's a guarantee they won't be disappointed. Don't worry too much about saying there's a possibility it might be amazing. Now that's because around 5% of the world are optimizers, this idea of being optimizers that you, in any one field like phones or hi-fis or trainers, clothes, about 5% of people are really into the thing. 5% of people really love trains, and they want to go on the best train. 95% of people just don't want the train to be late. And so it's the same in wine. We're all kind of wine people, so we're all in that 5%. For us, we're the weirdos in the room. 95% of people don't really worry if they're finding the best Madeira. They just want to go and find Madeira that's absolutely guaranteed not to be terrible. And so there's elements where you can kind of suppress that and take that away. The other part then is, okay, what's the thing where there's the kind of dinner party story that somebody can go and tell that captures? Now, actually, I do know one about Madeira. It's a good question. You weren't a plant. So Madeira is the only place in the world where you can drink wines that capture something from pre-Columbian America. Because the barrels in Madeira were often made from broken up ships. The barrels themselves can be several hundred years old. The ships themselves could have been several hundred years old. They would have been grown from oak trees that were several hundred years old. So you can be going and drinking wine today that comes from a barrel where the wood in that barrel started growing before Europeans ever reached the Americas. Other than Vikings, because I'm Swedish, half Swedish. That's an amazing dinner party story. That's something that takes people an awful long way back. So there's that combination of how do I find ways that say to people, come here, you're guaranteed an amazing time, and here's the dinner party story that captures very briefly, in essence, what it is that you're going to do, that somebody could tell over a dinner party.
Thank you. Just before I do that, you're talking about most people are looking for a good wine experience.
Yeah.
What for you is a good wine experience?
That's a very good one. One of those great challenges, of course, is that people, a bit like opening a bottle of wine, people don't really know until they've been. And so you actually have to buy the thing to go and experience it. You can't test drive a wine experience. That, I mean, in many ways, this is going to sound really weird, but the best wine experience is the one where before you went to it, there were lots of other people had said they'd had a good wine experience. So I cannot overemphasize the importance where somebody has said, my goodness, that was such an amazing wine experience, or that was such a great day out, we had the loveliest time, is capturing that and putting it somewhere on your website, and not necessarily worrying about, sort of TripAdvisor scores, because scores are always a problem, particularly if you've got a unique experience. There's a guy in southern Sweden, does a great wine experience. His winery is entirely Georgian. So it's all made in Qvevris. This is in Sweden, remember. Qvevris that he's imported from Georgia, and they're in a Georgian cellar with a St. Nino vinewood cross that the bishop, the Georgian Orthodox bishop in Sweden, has come and blessed.
Wow.
The amazing thing is, I said to him, you must really love Georgia. I've never been. Really?
We need to take him to Georgia.
I said, how did you buy the Qvevris? I did it over the phone. And how did you pay for them? He sent cash in the post to this guy in Georgia. And he said when they came, he was meant to have 20 of them, but they could only fit 19 on the truck. It was absolute madness. That's a distinctive kind of wine tour. I'm the only Georgian-run winery in the whole of... But that's one of those experiences where a score would be bad, because about half the people would go, that was the greatest day out of my life. The other half would go, you are a total lunatic. You're absolutely bonkers. Whereas actually a written thing, what you want to do is to capture the people that say that was the best day out. Now, genuinely that's a good experience, because we do know if people come primed to have a good time, they'll have a good time. So being able to build in customer endorsements before people even turn up, and that's actually the Madeira sort of thing of, all these people. John from, Tewkesbury says, it was such a wonderful way for my wife and I to celebrate our wedding anniversary. It's a really important occasion. You don't want that to go wrong. Wow, if you had a good wedding anniversary, that's pretty good.
Perfect. I think there was another question there.
Got another one. Grill me.
No, actually, to add to the Madeira story, the men who drafted the United States Constitution drank an average of a bottle of Madeira per person per day.
Which is very civilized.
And I think if you want politicians to achieve progress, this is an excellent recipe. But I would ask you a similar question to the last one I asked, which is wineries always talk about how the wine is made and the soil it is grown on, and I would love you to explain what percentage of customers who drink wine really give a damn about any of that stuff.
I love him to bits, so I don't know if any of you follow Jamie Good's blog, but there is the universe of people who really care about soil types, and it's brilliant. I mean, it's incredibly intense, and he is a genius, and he writes incredibly compellingly, and you follow it when you're doing your WSET diploma to pass paper, whatever it is, but actually after that it goes away. This is a really fascinating insight. So I described this to someone last night. So I work in various technology companies. I particularly worked for a company in America. It's very brief. And you can test stuff online. Watch what people can test online, because it's massively valuable. We worked very closely with a guy from Netflix. Often look outside your industry to go and find stuff. So we worked with this guy from Netflix. He had created a thing called the Netflix meta tag. So when you look on your choosing, you'll often see in certain markets that there will be 4 or 5 words underneath: dystopian, futurist, horror. What they realized was that lots of people found it was off-putting to have to click in and read the script. What they wanted to do is they wanted to very quickly discount lots of movies and have a comparative set. Historical royal drama. Good, I'll watch The Crown. To see if it was inappropriate. I don't want to watch a schlock horror movie if I'm on a date. So we then applied this to wine, but we didn't know what the qualities of words were. What everybody said when we started was, you want to go and put in soil types and flavor descriptions. So we tested it. But we tested it alongside use cases. So this goes really well with lamb. Or, interesting use cases, what does the wine do for me? It's a female winemaker. I want to be the sort of person who empowers female winemakers. Expert's choice, things like that. Veteran-owned, which is a really interesting American category, which I have to tell you performs phenomenally well amongst veterans. And the other thing we went and tested was textures. Remember last night we were trying the wine, the people were there last night, and one of the wines was described as amiable in the translator. So we tested this, and the way we did it, we bought Google AdWords. It cost us less than $100. We wrote a magazine article, and we advertised the article. And then we promoted it on Google AdWords. 1/3 said the wine in this, I think it was a Rioja, tastes of strawberries and vanilla. 1/3 said the wine in this is soft and supple. 1/3 said the wine in this is great with a Sunday lunch with family and friends. By far the highest performer was soft and supple. Any word that you could apply to a human being, rich, full-bodied. I am at the moment, I've not been running. Elegant, lean, all the words you're told not to use when you do wine exams. People love those and they click on them. Second most, female winemaker, great with family and friends, insider choice. Either what does it do for me or what do I do with the wine? Way at the bottom. The only reason for putting flavor descriptors in is that people complain if they're not there. Nobody clicks on soil types. Just so you know, nobody clicks on soil types.
Perfect. So as we go further, one of the topics we're discussing here is skills, talent.
Yeah.
And it's obviously a big challenge for the new generation. How do we attract them to this sector? How do we make them stay? And how do we professionalize it?
Please God, can some people do it? Because I'm too old to be doing this. I mean, it's sort of going on. And then we do have this problem that essentially the wine show, it's like Top Gear. It's sort of 3 middle-aged men floating about. And we do need more young people to come through. One of the things, and this is really very important, and if you are a young person and you're coming in, if you are getting into wine tourism or wine communication, remember this, there are more letters in the word tourism and communication than there are in wine. You know enough about wine. Whatever stage you're at right now, you know enough about wine. There is a world of being able to get into things like how to communicate better. 95% of what I read is stuff on how to communicate better, how to do better broadcasting, how to write better articles, how to engage online, how to make, I belong to a program called Reforge, which is essentially how to make people addicted to your app. I mean, it's an appalling thing. But that's where all your attention sort of lie and flow in. And I think in tourism, what do other tourism industries do? How do they go and attract people? What lessons can I apply to other folk? So I think for wine, we join wine tourism and wine communication because we love wine. What we have to do is make an active move to stop being into wine quite so much and to endlessly think about what are these other skills and so on that we bring around. I mean, one of those things I do say to people, and it's really lovely when they do, if you are a young person in wine tourism, wine communication, will you please just ring me up or send me a note? And almost nobody ever does. Almost all the people who do are having really lovely careers, not because of anything I've done, but probably because they're the sort of people who ring up and ask for advice. And they're, the sort of idea of high agency thinkers. They're innovative and they try new and interesting stuff. And being bold and being a bit confident and taking risks. So I think for young people to come in, with no shortage of people who want to work in wine, I mean, that's really quite nice. Our big encouragement, I have a Substack, I read one ad I'm allowed, so I have a Substack, it's on wine marketing, I haven't published it today, sorry. For $100 a year, I'll give you an MBA in wine marketing. So full syllabus, run right the way through. The idea of doing that was that marketers, and I think this is true of communicators and other professions, who are involved in wine are in small regions, small wineries where they aren't belonging to the Procter & Gamble marketing cohort. So you don't get to share with people over a cup of coffee some interesting result in behavioral science that you can apply. What we need to have are, to be honest, it's not that much, it's $100, but that sort of thing of, are there $100 a year programs where people can go and tap into expertise and insights from leaders in the field on a weekly basis and do online Zoom calls that give them interesting ideas, that kind of becomes the water cooler chat of being in a much bigger, broader organization. We have to recognize, and it will never change, wine is so fragmented that people operate in one-person marketing, one-person tourism departments, and that's a problem for us.
Yeah, that's a big challenge. Well, anyway, who's interested can contact Joe, as he just said.
Always.
And Joe, just before we close, one last message you would like to leave on the future of wine tourism?
Crikey, that's a good question, because I hadn't really thought of an answer for that. Well, I didn't know answers to any of your questions because they didn't come. Unquestionably, we're going to discuss over the next few days the importance of sustainability. That is going to be a significant challenge because I did a podcast for the Sustainable Wine Forum. Wine's original sin is that you have to move it. And wine tourism's original sin is that you have to move for it. And one thing we have to do is to not over-promise on that. What we have to do is to find ways of ameliorating that challenge, if you like. I do like to think that making TV shows about wine is a very low carbon emissions. I mean, much as it costs a lot of carbon emissions to move a camera crew of 5 to the other side of the world, actually we are taking wine visitor experiences in a sort of broader virtual way and putting them in people's front rooms. And that is a way of engaging. That really leads on to the big part, which is we have to not think about wine tourism, wine production, online, digital as silos. They exist in this notion of the digital shelf, which means that somebody can be researching and engaging with a wine tourism experience on their phone, waiting for the bus at 11:30 in the snow in Stockholm. And when you're doing stuff, bear in mind that that's where they're possibly standing. And being able to go and have that broad funnel that ticks a little thing there, and it makes somebody think there, and it brings that thing in, and it allows them maybe to find you on the back of your bottle through a QR code that takes them to a video that shows somebody having a really lovely experience in your winery that makes them think that it's their wedding anniversary next year, and maybe that would be a really lovely place. It's this extraordinary interconnectedness that we saw. And you'll certainly see with the online, the Bulgari episode that sits on YouTube with Dominic and I, it's not a YouTube TV episode. It's a social commerce, digital shelf node connected to point of sale retail and visitor experiences and all those other, and.
Perfect, thank you. So 3 things, 360 vision, no silos. Mm-hmm. Definitely think about the other. That's your first focus.
Completely. Remember, 3 times at least that you say the word you before every I or we.
Perfect. And I think the last thing that you said, it's very, very important, which is how can we really get young people engaged in this sector. So, Joe, thank you very much. Big round of applause to Joe. He'll be around for later. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Carlos.
Oh. We're having photographs. Crumbs, right, I better make sure my trousers look smart. My wife will be furious. There we go. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you, Joe and Sandra.
Thank you.
So much we have learned for the untapped potential of wine tourism for the future development of our territories. Let me give you a message before that coffee break. Para todos aquellos que aún no hayan hecho su reserva.
For all those of you who have not booked your place in the for the workshops this afternoon, please make sure that you sign up during the coffee break. So if you haven't signed up yet for one of the particular tours, then come back. At 11:50, we'll be back here.
Tea. Enjoy. Bye. Muy bien, les invitamos a regresar ya a sus asientos. Que vamos con un poco de retraso, pero vamos a dar comienzo ya.
A little late, but we're going to start the first session of the conference. It's my turn, which we're talking about education, training, and abilities for the future of wine tourism. And so it is sustainable and both, and also inclusive, which is what we're talking about. For this, it is a pleasure to have from Germany, Gergely Slolnoki, Professor of Research and Markets at the University of Geisenheim Hochschule.
Sí, se hacía de rogar, se hacía de rogar. Él va a presentar a las participantes.
He's going to present the members of the panel, so the floor is yours.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we wait a little bit until the ladies, the speakers, are arriving. In the meantime, a warm welcome to the very first session. And we're going to talk about a very special topic. This topic is not in the front line, let's say, when it comes to wine tourism experiences. It's mainly in the background, but in the huge effect and a significant effect on the success of wine tourism offers and wine tourism experiences. As you might know, there are lots of, cross-carrier entries into the world of wine tourism sector, which means that people, for whatever reason, they end up with different backgrounds in the sector of wine industry. So these backgrounds could be viticulture and enology, tourism, gastronomy, business, marketing, whatever, yeah? And the main question is here what skills do these professionals, do these staff people need to be successful, to do their job in a successful way? And this is what we're going to talk about. And I learned a lesson from Joe, from the previous presentation. So we need a question at the very beginning. Okay, the question is how to ensure the quality of wine tourism professionals in terms of lifelong learning and all of these things. We need numbers. So we have 3 ladies here from 3 different countries. We're going to talk about approximately 1 hour, so 60 minutes. About this topic, and there's another important point I want to address at the very beginning. This conference is about sustainability. So don't make a mistake and don't separate education and training from sustainability, because it's a very important part when it comes to social sustainability. Yeah? Social sustainability training is a part of this. So, we're going to do a classical way of roundtable discussion, although we don't have a table, but we have chairs.
That's right.
So it means questions, answers, discussion. Before we start, a short introduction from your side. Coralie, please, could you start? Introduce yourself.
Thank you, Gergely. Can you hear me properly? Perfect. Okay. So I come from Strasbourg. I don't know if you guys know exactly where Strasbourg is. Okay, so it's the east part of France, close to the German border. I've actually grown up there in a small village. My father had a restaurant and my parents also own a winery. So it's a long time that I've been involved in this industry from the starting point of my life. And now I've been appointed as associate professor at Strasbourg Business School, University of Strasbourg. Before this, I was traveling in Australia. Also, I've done my MBA there, so working in hospitality and wine. Also in the south of France, in Provence, where I work for the Provence wine industry as well, Provence Wine Council. And now I'm really enjoying my job because being an academic, but at the same time having this hybrid profile, keep close to the organization and the companies through an organization I've created, which is called the Corporate Chair in Wine Tourism. I'll be able to talk about this later. So I'm really glad and happy to be with you and share the floor with those wonderful ladies. Thank you all.
Emily?
Thank you. My name is Elmarie Robbie. I am from South Africa. from the Stellenbosch wine region, which is just next to Cape Town, one of the best cities in the world. I, same as Coralie, grew up in the wine industry, grew up on a wine farm. So really the soil is always under my feet and the wine is always in my blood. And it doesn't matter where you go, you always sort of come back to it. I currently run the Stellenbosch Wine Route, which is the biggest organized wine tourism body in South Africa, currently as a singular route. I'm also the chairperson of the SA Wine Routes Forum, therefore guiding all of the routes together with industry bodies and government. Thank you.
My name is Elena Pilo. I'm from Asturias, from Spain, and my first contact with wine world was in 2016 when I started to work for Bodegas Franco-Españolas. I'm the manager of wine tourism, peer, and together with my team, we are transforming the way of living and the way of understanding the wine tourism in La Rioja.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Gerges Sonoki, as you heard at the very beginning, from Geisenheim University. And I started dealing with wine tourism more than a decade ago, and this job became my passion, and I think it's the same what we can share here also in the audience. This wine tourism is not only a research field or the field we are working, but also kind of passion. Coming back to the very first point I mentioned in my first sentences is this is skills, okay? So what kind of role do skills play in wine tourism, and what kind of skills would we expect for wine tourism professionals? And maybe at this stage, I would separate the manager level and the wine tourism staff level. So those they have a daily contact with wine tourism, wine tourists, and those they are organizing the things. So the question to you, ladies, what do you think? What skills do we need? Let's start with you, Emily.
Thank you. So in South Africa, wine tourism, especially in the Western Cape, wine tourism is one of the biggest employers on the agricultural sphere. We contribute a lot to the national economy. So the skills required for wine tourism became a very topical point a few years ago. And here I am talking about the lower levels. So an association that we work with embarked on a proficiency audit. First of all, we tracked all the jobs in wine tourism, whether you are working in a tasting room or whether you are in a restaurant at a wine farm or accommodation in the wine farm or running experiences on a wine farm. We looked at all those positions and found an exorbitant list of skills that is required to do all these different jobs. Then we went and did an audit. So I think almost 10,000 people completed the audit, and we realized in all of these processes or in all of these skills lanes, what we had to work with, and then we started putting things in place that people can educate themselves or learn new skills and also develop up the ladder. So to come from really low to up to management skills, and this is part of our economic sustainability initiative and social sustainability, to make sure that we educate from the ground up to make sure that we provide opportunities for people.
Could you name some of these concrete skills you think it's necessary to have?
Look, I think customer service is a natural thing, how to treat people, how to work with people, how to sell wine, how to sell experiences, how to market. And there's this whole bundle of things, your wine proficiency, wine knowledge, to a certain extent wine making, even something silly as how to set a table. Those are all things that gets taught through the process.
Thank you very much. Elena, what is your opinion?
Maybe the most difficult part is to have a global vision about the wine world and the tourism world, and we need to connect both. I think people who are working like me for the wine tourism sector, We need to be wine experts because we know how to taste wines. We know how to make wines, almost the theory, but we need to know how to do. And we know something about the markets. And even we need to connect this with all the tourist skills, such as to have communication skills, to have this kind of customer experience skills. So we are a really complete professionals, and we need to understand everything about both worlds, and sometimes it's the most difficult part, and sometimes it's difficult because we are really focused on wine world, and sometimes we forget the tourism perspective, and it is necessary if we want to run properly our business.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Corey.
I see an issue here is that the people that we're training today, we don't even know, like in a couple of years, which type of job they're going to work in, right? So the talent of the next 5 to 10 years, they're not really identified, according to me. So looking at skills and competences, I think it's an issue. Of course, we do have to train about wine skills, but there is the other world, as you were saying, about the tourism approach. And when we look at those two worlds, like from wine and the tourism approach, I think what is missing is the connections and how we can build on one another's competences. So the skills that I believe like the future prescriptors, people that are working in that industry, should have is the ability to work collaboratively, be able to think globally about the market, be able to have an intense engagement with the customer, as it has been previously said this morning, and also the ability to speak many different languages. Languages, according to me, is like really important. Okay, of course we do speak English, but we all know that when we welcome people, wine tourists on the wineries, some of them might not speak English, and we need to perform like training and tours in other type of languages.
Okay. Coming back again to the very first question, and don't start with the second one. Do you think it's necessary to separate and to distinguish between these two levels?
Yeah.
So those, they have a daily contact with tourists, languages, I think that's an important point, but what other customer service and so on? So what are the differences? Okay, those who have a daily contact and those who are organizing all these wine tourism experiences.
Yeah, I don't know. But we need to be in touch all the time, and we need to understand the customers, and we need to develop all the soft skills in order to be kind with the customers, but we need also the soft skills to deal with our teams, because working for tourism sector is not easy, and we need to understand a lot all the people who are working and for us, and to be kind and understanding.
Okay.
I can see as well, I'm heading a master in tourism management and also with a major in wine tourism. And what students really look for is like those soft skills. So we do train them on, of course, what is wine and how do we sell wine and how can we, like all the hospitality part. But it's also about like being able to, have like a proper public speech, like being able to drive a group or be able to also not only provide, explanation on the wine, but also be able to talk about the history of the winery as well. And of course, what really matters, according to the students as well, is the destination, okay? Not only having this viewpoint on one single winery, but the whole wine region. I think that's really important.
Thank you. The next question is, and you can also imagine the question and make a picture, make some thoughts in your mind, because it's a very tricky one. What kind of form do we need to attract people to join, to attend these forms? And Emily, maybe your experience, should it be online? Should it be offline? Does it matter whether it's offline or online? Should it be given a presentation by VIPs, or it's enough to invite practitioners? So what do you think? What format do we need?
Sorry, and this is to attract the skills to our
trainings and education.
Yes. So there was, and I unfortunately didn't read the whole article, but there was something published this week about, or last week, about what Zoom does to your brain. It goes haywire, you switch off, you're not interested. So I think after COVID, I still preferred like online stuff because it's much more productive. But I think after COVID, everybody is coming back into the classroom, back into face-to-face. It's much more easier also to track the interest and track the ability of people when you're sitting there with them in a room. So I think, definitely if I'm understanding you correctly, yes, there can be online learning, but I think with skills or practical skills, you have to be here, or you have to be in the room. If I was answering your question correctly.
Yeah, that's right. This is one aspect or one dimension of this format question. Maybe the other one, and I addressed the question directly to you because you how to say, you represent both parts, the practitioners and at the same time academic. What is more important? Offering an academic program, so bachelor, master, the very classical way, or a training for professionals? Or can we say what more important is, or is it both on the same level?
I would say it really depends on the target, okay? If we go for long life learning, so we'd better go for executive education. So short-term programs dedicated for professionals that already have work experience, that expecting more different things, okay? And when we go for graduates, like a bachelor or master degrees, it's different. But the thing that might be joining both of those approach, either the diploma or the executive education, will definitely be an immersive experience. So what do we mean by immersive experience? As Elmar was saying, we need to have practical experience. People need to go and come on site, meet with professionals, share, like research project that they're working on. Students love to go on site. We call this innovation laboratories, or on-site field trips. We take them on site. And on the other side, the professionals, what they like, they like the new generation's ideas about, the future of the wine industry. But the other point I wanted to make here is talking about metaverse, okay? So it's the new approach of getting this, not the dead generation anymore, but the A generation. All our children that are born after 2010, okay, that are really into this gaming industry. And the future, according to me, and also research, is that it really will be make the difference. Of course, they will experience, but on a virtual world. And I'm running a project with my colleague Jean-Eric, and we're all having designing this platform on the metaverse where students can get online, create their own different types of learning, and be rewarded as a game. It's like a game. I'm going to talk about this.
It's like working with avatar?
Absolutely, okay. Yes. So you have your avatar.
Can you imagine this?
You have your avatar, and it is good sometimes to have this immersive experience on a virtual world, because it's hard for people to travel as well and to go in different places and have direct experience, especially when they are students. So that can be a solution. But I'm not saying it shouldn't be the only one. We need to have phygital approach, mixed approach.
Yeah. Elena, could you imagine this? Avatar working.
I had the opportunity to learn through experience, but now I think we are experiencing the wine tourism booming. So we don't have enough time to use only the experience as a training. We need to develop this kind of university or education programs in order to get the best professionals as soon as possible. And I think that's the point, to combine education and practice. I think is the point, but to work for the tourism sector without an experience, a professional experience, sometimes it's difficult, because if you don't understand how to deal with clients or how to deal with the speed of the sector, because it's a really fast sector, sometimes you have problems in the future.
Could this work maybe in an autodidactic way? That someone is listening very carefully and watching, analyzing the situation and learn it from him or herself?
Personally? Yeah, I was in the States in 2019. I did a program, an innovation program in Silicon Valley, and I had the opportunity to visit different firms like Microsoft, Google, Salesforce, for example, and then I connect this experience with the innovation with visiting different wineries in Napa Valley, and for me it was a really interesting experience when I went back to La Rioja. I really started to think out of the box, and I take two decisions. The first was to run my business in a different way and to run different lines of business. And the second one was to get divorced. Maybe I thought a lot out of the box.
It's getting personal, yeah.
But sometimes you need this kind of change in order to put everything in order.
Okay, thank you. You surprised me a little bit, but okay, thank you. I mean, honestly, this is also part of discussions like this to be a little bit more personal than what we expected. Thank you. Talking about personal experiences, how would you see? Did you some kind of courses or you attended courses or trainings or whatever, Anne-Marie, in the past, or it was more the autodidactic way you collected this?
Yes, so I am a product of no formal training. I mean, I finished school, and then I just became very involved in the industry, very involved in what I'm doing, and I am the eternal Google scholar. So I'm always Googling, doing short online things, learning new things, sitting on forums, getting involved, really always putting myself out there in order to learn from other people. I think the industry is fast moving, as Elena has said, it changes all the time. I mean, marketing is changing the whole time. Practical skills are changing. The focus on what we do with people, trends, everything is changing the whole time. And if you were to get stuck on an educational, sorry.
You're right.
So if I'd studied in the 90s, some of obviously the learning skills don't go away, but a lot of the stuff that you get taught changes. Yeah. So I think it's also an attitude of wanting to learn, wanting to always improve yourself, and always wanting to push yourself to do more and learn more and experience more.
Yeah, of course, this is your turn.
Just getting into the discussion with Anne-Marie, I believe that there is a missing point there. You know, like in France, in the national body of, like the Committee of French Wine Tourism, we're currently running a project, as you were doing in South Africa, but like trying to list all the potential, training programs that are in France, can be graduates at university or also professionals and online programs. And what is missing is like this entry platform, this entry point for people that wants to get trained and wants to acquire knowledge from the wine industry. They don't know where to go. So of course, like, we all can go on Google and find, resources, but it's time consuming. So the project might also be to have this central point of entry where we have all those, competences, training programs that are listed. It will be easier for learners to connect and say, okay, let's go, and we have like content-ready programs and projects. So it might be something interesting to share as well internationally.
Thank you. My task is quite easy here on the floor because she somehow can read my thoughts. Would have been the next question, what you already answered, but still, I'm coming back to this point. I've got a feeling that in the past, this topic, education in the wine tourism sector, has been a little bit neglected. Am I right or am I wrong? And if yes, how is the development looking back in the last 10 years? I mean, you created the new program in France. Comparing with international examples, it is getting better, or is it there are some positive signs or still stuck? So how would you describe this situation?
I will say that it's a fight of every day. It's like wine tourism is in between wine and tourism. So if you design in a degree in wine tourism, you have to consider like different types of industries. So I won't say that it's a struggle, but it's more about convincing that it's a real industry, convincing that you can work as wine tourist professionals, okay? And the new program I'm designing in the next coming year, 2024, with Ca' Foscari University in Italy, is really about like trying to pair competences and knowledge from Italy on agri-food management, tourism, and also what we can do in Strasbourg, you know, on wine tourism, focused more on Europe. So having a degree only dedicated to wine tourism is really, really difficult. So that's why broadening up and having tourism, hospitality, agri-food product, and the whole destination as a, I would say, as a purpose will be better. So answering your question, coming back to the 10 next year, I will say, it has grown. It needs to be broader. Okay, we're not only selling wine, selling tourism, but we're selling a destination, a whole experience made with different products and, yeah, profile.
How do you see this, the landscape of
yes,
training?
So as I've alluded to before, we've got what we call a learner management system. So you pop onto the system, it gives you all the different jobs. This is a nice number one, so we can see what is out there. We can understand what kind of skills and what kind of people we have and where they are trained and what their interests are. Then there's an opportunity for them within the system to train their way up or to educate their way up. That is also there for vineyard workers. So it's a whole big, it includes more than only wine tourism. It's also vineyard workers and other people. What is very valuable about the system is also to understand where we need extra training, where we need to find people to pop into different things. We can say, oh, everybody is now doing wine, tasting room hospitality. We desperately need people to work in the marketing sector of wine. And then we can introduce or develop a course or go to one of our industry partners and say, we desperately need training in wine marketing. Can you please come on board and do that training? So the learner management system is a great sort of overview to see what we've got, what assets we've got in the field, and also an opportunity, as I said, for people to develop themselves up the system, and also for us as an industry to understand what the pool is that we're working with and what we need. Although I think we are all, I want to agree that the whole conversation has been neglected because, and I'm just talking with my fellow panelists, like none of us are 100% sure what does this wine tourism education or skill set look like. Yes, we must all be, you've got to be passionate, you've got to work with people. That's, I think, one of the biggest skills. You've got to be able to communicate properly, and you've got to be sort of a visionary, you've got to be a leader, you've got to be all these things, but how do you package it into what we need for the wine tourism industry?
I agree. It's a challenge, for sure.
A good one.
Elena, I know that you are involved in the wine tourism academic program, right? In Rioja.
I'm a professor, but not like her. She's a real professor. I'm a beginner. So, yes.
What is your experience? Is the demand there? Are young people interested in this topic? Do you offer this also for professionals or only for bachelor, master?
I'm professor of the module of business management in wine tourism. And my experience is that part is the first time they are in contact with this. Normally, people who are working for tourism or wine tourism, normally they don't have enough knowledge about how to run a business. They don't know how to run the finance of the company. So I think this point is really important if we want to have the best professional as possible. But in that moment, I think wineries have realized that wine tourism is really important for the winery and is strategic, such as sales department or export, for example. And wine tourism is one of the best marketing, communication, and sales tools. So we need to invest money and invest time in training programs, not only for students or for beginners. If we need to invest money and time for our own employees. So I think that point is really important if we want to be successful in the future.
One spontaneous question that
Yeah.
came just directly to my mind while you answer this question. We conducted a survey in Germany last year, and we asked producers and experts from the wine industry how important is, for example, creating a master program in wine tourism and so on. And what we realized is that small wineries said it's not so important, middle-sized wineries said it's important, and bigger wineries said it's very important. So there is a scale, as you can see here, depending on, because in small wineries, you won't hire a wine tourism manager. This should be actually a person for everything, outside of vineyards, in the cellar, wine tourism as well. Do you have the same experience like this in your countries?
Definitely, absolutely. Thanks for sharing this. The other point I wanted to make, especially on small and medium-sized wineries, small wineries, is that they are really keen to also welcome interns. So, like hosting students as an intern or as an apprentice, and this is another way of bridging, academia with the professional, like the wineries, whatever the size, but more the small and medium-sized. They want to have those people directly into the winery, even if they are still studying. So that's also allowing them to see, like invest in the resource, invest in the students, and then being able to maybe, create a new job position at the end, okay? So it's also a matter of educating, in a sense, the wine professional essays and encouraging them, even if they are small and medium-sized, saying, okay, you're fine, you'll be able to host students that will help you to grow and that will help you to, develop a wine tourism activity. So it's the other way around as well. This is what I believe in as well.
Okay. I know that in South Africa, wine tourism plays another role than maybe in other European countries. I mean, it's a huge business model based on this and so on. Do you see still these differences between small and big wineries?
Absolutely. So in Stellenbosch, for example, you get huge organizations, huge is maybe a too strong a word, but you get very big and professional wine tourism players and less so. So I'm talking about the individual wineries. And definitely the smaller ones are struggling more. It's difficult for them to see the vision, and they are also not the one who will be doing the master's program. I think it's just, I honestly think often it is skill sets that's missing because they grew up farmers and producers. They don't understand about marketing. They run a business, but the way their grandfather told them, not that there's anything wrong with it, but there's very little growth in the smaller places. And it's also economical. I mean, master's programs are expensive, and you've got to put aside a lot of time. So definitely, when I look at our members, it's exactly the same thing. The really big professional companies will say a Master of Wine or any high-level qualification is very important, and then a little bit less for medium, and for smaller ones, they say, no, we'll carry on. And I think it's the exchange of what is it like? What did I say? The hostings or the practical experiences are good. Unfortunately, in South Africa, legislation prohibits working by if you don't have a work permit. So it's becoming more and more difficult to employ students coming from Strasbourg or any of these international universities wanting to get practical experience. It's just almost impossible. So a lot of us take chances. We do break the law and take them, but otherwise it's difficult. But it's a very important component of learning and training.
How big is the winery you're working for, Elena?
My winery, we have a 12-people team in wine tourism.
Wow.
And I think it's big. It's one of the biggest in La Rioja. And, but in Rioja it's the same as your countries. Some wineries has a big team, but another they have one person for everything. And that is a problem because when you need to do everything, sometimes you get exhausted and you think that it's not your dreaming work. So to be a little bit specialized is part of your career development.
Okay. Do you send your employees to trainings?
Sorry?
Do you send your employees, so the people they're working in this wine tourism group?
Yeah.
They visit trainings or different professional trainings in the field of wine tourism?
Occasional. In my case, occasional.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know. In my winery, we develop the wine tourism in different ways because we have 3 lines of business: events, visits or tours, and wine shop. And we need to know how to do all of them. And but we have a team big enough to develop everything. And I'm happy with this project. And I'm happy with the way we are transforming the business.
Could be a good case study for this training development. Let's to see what happens, for example, in 5 years when you send regularly your people to
in 5 years
seminars. Oh, I don't know. Maybe in 10.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think in the. I think in the next week, not in 5 years.
Okay.
We have too much.
Stay
to work
here
to
and
do.
now. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't run away. Okay. There is an essential question what is coming now, and it is about the role of different actors. Yeah. So I know very well that sitting here around, also in the audience, there are sitting representatives from academic institutions, from the private sector, from wineries, governmental representatives, and other stakeholders. How do you see? So I mean, there are different actors in this whole field, in these sectors, and should we try to bring them together, or it doesn't make sense because they are so heterogeneous, or is it the recipe for the success? Coralie?
Yeah, I think this is the recipe for success.
Okay.
I've experienced this in France. In 2017, I have created a corporate chair in wine and tourism, with the objective of bridging, making connections between academia and the professional world. So after 6 years of age now, we are almost 15 academics in this chair, working in different interdisciplinary fields: supply chain management, marketing, entrepreneurship, information system management, and also companies that support our development, coming from the industry, like the wine industry, the tourism industry, and of course the wine tourism industry. And the objective of that chair is to bridge, the gap between what happened on the field and what research I conducted in this chair. So I'm running seminars every 6 months where professionals come in and share their best practice. It gives us academic good case studies, and the best of the best is that we can also get, feedback from professionals about the skills that are required, for the next generation, so we can update our training programs. So I think it's really something important to have those think tanks, those places where people can exchange as we have here today, and I'm happy to see that there's such an heterogeneous audience. And this is something that really is of value, honestly, that really works.
At the same time, this is quite time-consuming to bring all these actors together.
I know, here we go. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of energy. But, we can see the happy faces at the end, because companies are happy because they can, be in contact with potential students and employees they can hire. On the other side, the students can really, be in contact with the real life and best practices. And academics, we are doing our job. This is how I consider my job, being the actor network that bridges the two worlds.
Mm-hmm. How do you see it from perspective of private sector?
I think for companies it's really important to have a network, a support network, and to be in touch with other business organizations or with the Chamber of Commerce, for example, is the first step to have a good relationship with the universities or with business school too. And we need to work all together, and we need to be in contact, and companies, we should be open to be in contact with students, with beginners in general, and to be in contact with the universities and business schools in order to build these bridges, Caroline said.
Emery, do you work together with other stakeholders?
Yes, yes, we do, and it's critically important. So number one, I just want to say that in South Africa, the majority of educational programs that's being developed is developed by private sector. Mm-hmm. We are by far the most flexible and the fastest to develop something and to roll it out, because I mean, we can't be wasting time. It is incredibly important to work with all the role players in the sector so that you can align and leverage on strategy. It is important for us to understand what national government is doing and looking for. It's important to understand what provincial is doing, what district is doing, and what local is doing. And we do often sit around a table and talk about these things. Number one, it's important for socioeconomic growth, which is a pain point in South Africa with 33% unemployment. So that is something that we look for. Wine tourism is one of the lowest, or has one of the lowest barriers to entry, and for us, wine tourism is the same. So it's important for us all to sit there, but who actually gets the job done at the end of the day is private sector. But we go to government for funding. If we know what they want to do, we can make sure that we adapt to what they want to do so that we can get more success. But private sector is by far the fastest mover, and the biggest driver.
Okay. So we were talking about.
Can I just add?
Of course, yeah.
Just one thing that was said this morning about data management, and I think this is also important because we academics we run research, and we do have lots of data available also to share with the community of professionals. And I think it's also important that those data, like all the survey that we collecting and running in Germany, in France, elsewhere in the world, can be shared among the professionals also to make strategic decisions, like based on, like data that are well researched and well documented.
Absolutely.
I think this is a very critical point.
It is.
And then as I can see it as getting data from the industry, analysis, and giving back to the industry. Yeah. And I think this is a important point. Maybe not now, but in the near future, the importance is increasing for sure. This big data management, you might have heard about this, and also small data management is the same. So we were discussing about so far about corporations, different actors, and so on, and different organizations on the regional and the national level. What about to bring it on a higher level and talking about international corporations? I mean, even more time, even more cost, even more organization, even more management, but does it make sense?
Yeah, so I think that is critical that we connect to a global audience. So just recently, the Cape Winelands and Cape Town again joined the global. Now Lucy's going to kill me. It's the Great Wine Capitals Global Network, and already just for being involved in that organization, again, I'm also sitting on the local organizing committee. You already meet the representatives from the different countries. And we share our frustrations, and we share our challenges, and we share our best practices. And if we all sit around, and I mean that is sort of formal, informal, and it's a very small group, but if that can be rolled out, I think that is the best thing that will drive us all forward, and provide the best possible opportunities for us to grow and develop our products.
Mm-hmm. Internationalization.
I agree with her. I think we, as I said, we need to be open to the possibilities. 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 We need to be open to the possibili we should start to think in a bigger scale and to be in contact with other different organizations and to work in an international, with an international focus on wine tourism, but sometimes it's difficult to deal with this in a small region. So the first step is to work a lot in the different relations between the different agents or stakeholders in the region, and then to get the project bigger.
Thank you. We have an expert here who has experience here in this field as a speaker. So when you look back, is it worth it?
Definitely. Okay. So if I look back at this corporate sharing wine tourism, like we of course have like French people, but also international academics and industry people that are supporting. I believe that it's important to have this this inclusive governance, you know, where we can build on each other's best practices among different countries. And this situation here, I mean, this event is really important, you know. Every month we should also have like every three months maybe we should nationally have those gatherings. That's what we do as well. And then maybe try to find a system that, you know, we can have a common understanding of, you know, what's happening in this part of the world regarding, you know, like legal aspects of if we can sell wine or how we can sell wine or how we can train people and share those best practices. But it's important to have something written as well. It's like a chart, a white book that we should all collectively maybe be working on. That can be a possibility to have the things written down, and so we can follow this. Okay, so inclusive governance meaning, you know, like different profile of people sitting around the table, representative from different countries, academic professionals, and trying to list, you know, like the future of wine tourism for the next 5 to 10 years. But we need to have this written somewhere. This is what I believe.
Okay, documentation.
Oui.
An official way.
Data, yeah.
Okay.
Data.
Thank you very much. We reached the time limit of our session. Originally, it was planned to ask also the audience for questions. If you don't mind, I would replace this part, and so please feel free to ask the speakers me in the coffee break or in the lunch break. The only thing what I have going to do now is summarize a little bit what we learned today out of this session. I think we can all say that the time has come to deal with this question seriously, training and education. There are some nice initiatives, as you mentioned, but I think we should bring it to a professional, international level. When it comes to skills, of course, the classical skills, viticulture, enology, management, languages you mentioned, customer service, it's very important, and bringing together two different words, and these words are the word of wine and the word of tourism, just to try to create a bridge out of this. As I understood correctly, and this is also an issue, actually you cannot force your personnel, your employees to visit seminars. There is also a kind of personal motivation.
Yeah.
You should have, there should be a willingness to visit these seminars, visit these trainings, let's say. As we learned, cooperation is essential. And cooperation not only on the regional or the national level, but let's try to do even bigger things like international cooperation in the future. That will be the world of wine tourism, the better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take a picture, please, here on the stage. Many thanks, Gergely, for leading this important debate, and many thanks to our distinguished speakers, Coralie, Elmarie and Elena. Fuerte aplauso para ellos. Ahí está. Y como ha señalado Gergely, preguntas.
As Gergely said, let's keep our questions for the coffee break or lunch break. That was really good. And you've taken your shot at the public. Brilliant. Let's continue. Now we'd like to say hello to those who are following us on internet. We need to stick to time. We're running a bit late, but those of you who are on YouTube, it's very important to know when the panels start and finish, and we need to be strict with our timing. So the next part, we're going to reflect on new trends in wine tourism. And we've prepared, how can we get ready for what's coming? It's been mentioned in this panel. They've talked about things that are coming in the future. But how are things changing consumer habits and destination? What factors will define wine tourism in the short and longer terms? Our next speaker is Diana Isaac, Executive Director and the founder and executive director of Winerist. All yours.
Gracias. Entonces, yo pero no lo hablo. So next time, I promise that I will be doing this in Spanish. I can't see you very well, but my name is Diana, and I come from London. I was actually originally born in Moldova. How many of you know where Moldova is? Okay. You guys are very educated. If you ask this question in England, you probably get 2 hands up. I was born in England, in Moldova, and I moved to England when I was very young. And my background is actually in finance. I landed in wine tourism by pure accident. I had a really, really bad wine experience in Burgundy. I know there are some people here from Burgundy, so I'm not trying to name and shame you. But it was a really bad experience in Burgundy that prompted us to create Winerist. It's very hard also for me to do this presentation because the vast majority of you know more and understand wine tourism trends a lot better than I do, so I feel like I should be learning from you. But I do hope that throughout today and tomorrow we can learn from each other and we can share some knowledge. What I've done here is I obviously started by telling you a little bit about Winerist. Winerist was created a little bit over 10 years ago now. To this day, 50% of the business was owned by the founder of Booking.com, but as of 2 weeks ago, we were actually able to buy the business back from our investors. So we are becoming what is an independent, founder-owned business. Our business is very unique and different from any kind of wine tourism businesses out there because we have what is called a 360 approach to wine tourism. So with Winerist.com, we have a wine travel business. This is where you can go and book your wine experience online. With our technology business called Winerist Go, I don't know why there are 2 exclamation marks. It's supposed to be just 1, but it's because it's really important. Winerist Go is our technology. It's our booking calendar that we offer to wineries, wine tour operators, and hotels who want to step into the next century and start taking bookings online. And the third business, or the third component of our business, is the marketing agency. And the marketing agency is where we offer marketing consultancy, digital marketing services such as social media, SEO, as well as assistance with building platforms and websites that can convert. Although our strongest, I guess, capability on the agency side is truly digitalization and helping people understand how to power social media and how to power their SEO to make an impact. A little bit about wine tourism in the numbers. This was a number that I got from a recent study, so it is correct. There are 292 million is the estimated value of the market in 2023. This seems quite low to me. I was actually assuming that is a little bit higher than that. But I think that compared, if we are to looking at the numbers before COVID, we're looking at approximately double, which is very interesting because, as you have all seen, post-COVID, we have seen a complete shift. The change has been both in eagerness to travel, but also in eagerness to spend a lot more. And you will have seen that we have shifted from selling products that were a little bit more low to mid-market to mid to high end of the market, really catching up and making a huge progress in there. The growth markets, the growth factors. That's dollars, sorry, dollars. The major growth factor here has been the wine education aspect. So what do I mean by wine education? I mean people who were actually interested in wine. They started going to wineries and visiting them. And then obviously experiential learning, because as you know, during COVID, we got really depressed and sad and wanted to have a learning experience. And there is obviously no better way to do it than through wine and gastronomy. The key trend, obviously, is sustainability and eco-friendly practices, although I feel like in wine tourism, we're still a little bit confused and yo-yoing when it comes to sustainability. So I don't want to expand on it because yesterday we started a debate on this very, very briefly, but I am excited to hear your thoughts on this. Okay, so a little bit more in terms of numbers. What is really interesting is that 46 to 55-year-olds, they were the ones who were driving the sales in the market. Right now they are in decline, and it is the 25 to 40-year-olds that are taking over. Obviously 25 and under, I call them generation TikTok, although somebody told me it's not a generation, it's a lifestyle. But those TikTokers, they're not yet quite interested in wine tourism because wine tourism is not appealing to that generation primarily because they drink a lot less. They're missing out massively. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with them. But what is another really interesting thing here is that the global wine tourism market is very much dominated by group tours. So it is the group tours that are really growing at the fastest pace. So for destinations like Moldova, where I'm from, Armenia, Georgia, and even Rioja, it's very important that we really start thinking about growing that group tourism segment, because if we are not doing it, we're missing out. We're leaving out a lot of people who don't have the spending power, they don't have the funds to spend 300 euros on a day experience, but they have the volume. So it's a very interesting one, and we feel very passionately about it at WineRest. Major activities still remain: winery visits and tastings, wine trail and routes, wine festivals and events. I mean, if you're not doing them, I don't know what you're waiting for. And then obviously wine education and workshops. I don't know if these are clickable. Can somebody help me? Are these clickable? I don't think they're clickable because unfortunately they're really funny. But unfortunately they're not clickable in this presentation. What we've done here is we looked at trend number 1, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to start going in ascending order rather than descending order. So I'm going to start with what is probably one of the least important things. But accessibility, what does it mean? It means that wine tourism and wine in general is at your fingertips. You can access information about it, you can learn about it, you can read about it, you can travel through wine. This particular video here, if you go to our Instagram page, it's a winery in Moldova. It's the largest winery in the world. It's in the World Guinness Book of Records. It's got this fountain. It's got 2 fountains outside. One is white wine and the other one is red wine. And we posted it, and it has been visualized 20 million times. And it just keeps on going viral constantly. And it's because we're selling a dream. We're selling the idea of, accessibility to something that people have not seen, might not see, but they're living vicariously through our Instagram. Simplicity, this is a video which is basically of a very good-looking guy cooking in his not very nice kitchen, but he's pairing food and wine. And he's talking about wine in a very nice and accessible way. And then the third one is one of my favorites. It's education through humor. And there's this wonderful lady. Can we make the presentation available online? We can make the presentation available online so you can laugh at home on your own when I'm not there. But this is a wonderful lady who talks about how to pour wine. And she makes it fun and humorous and interesting. So if we are to talk about the next trend, obviously is intelligent marketing. And I'll talk about it until I'm blue in the face, but it's still not really happening. That is because when it comes to marketing and digital marketing, for some reason, our industry is still lagging behind. And The reason for that is because we get overwhelmed, one, or we get fixated. So for example, we get fixated on just Instagram, or get fixated just on our website, or get fixated just on SEO. And the problem with intelligent marketing is that in order for you to make progress, you have to do something well, and then you have to support it by the next step. So SEO works, but it doesn't quite work as well if you don't have social media management and if your social media doesn't do SEO as well. If you're not doing SEO on Instagram yet, then you really need to start thinking about it. Then that is powered by email marketing. Email marketing has seen a decline, but it's still very important because that is how you, one, capture your audience, two, you ask them to come back, and three, you ask them to bring their friends to you, and four, most importantly, you get them to buy your wine. The next thing here is reviews and testimonials. If you're not yet asking for reviews and testimonials, and if you're not working with a recognized Google partner like Trustpilot, for example, then you really have to start thinking about it, because without reviews and testimonials, I'll explain a little bit later, you are unlikely to succeed on a large scale. Referral systems, that is basically client, bring client. When the client comes to you, how do you encourage them to bring another client next time? Hey, we'll give you 30% off your next wine purchase if you recommend us to your friends. Very simple, very effective. And then a good customer follow-up on new products. Have a conversation with your consumer all the time. Don't spam them, don't annoy them, but make sure that the conversation is always there. Once a month, hey, I'm here. You know, can you please remember me? Okay, so why is this so important, and why is intelligent marketing the thing that is going to drive the difference, and why some wineries and some tour operators are going to stand out versus others? That is because more and more consumers are using search engines. That is how people find you. I did a quick search in Rioja and kind of tried to look for best things to do in Rioja. And I have to say that none of the wineries that should be appearing in there are actually appearing on the first, second, or third page in Google. Email segmentation can increase conversion by 30%. What does it mean? If you email the consumer, they're more likely to buy from you, your tours, your wines, and come to your festivals. Social media can be responsible for up to 10% of your customer acquisition. For us, social media is responsible at the moment for 17% of our customer acquisition, compared to 3% 18 months ago. So it's a really powerful tool, and we highly recommend that you use it. 52% of a company's market value is actually attributed to its reputation, and that goes back to what we were talking about, testimonials. How am I supposed to know that winery A is better than winery B if you don't have reviews? And please forgive me if you are working at this particular company, but forget about TripAdvisor. TripAdvisor is a matter of the past. But TripAdvisor doesn't work. It has a reputation for offering spam reviews and fake reviews. So if you are not using Google or a Google-recognized tool like Trustpilot, we highly encourage that you do. Okay, technology. How many wineries do we have in here? How many winery representatives do we have here? Okay, how many tour operators? Okay, and how many of you, of those who have put your hands up, how many of you sell your tours online in real time with instant confirmation and payment? Okay, and that is the situation of our industry at the moment, and that is what is making you probably miss out on about 80% of your funnel. Why? Because without technology, without instant payment, without being able to go to the website, check out, pay safely, and get an email confirmation, you are missing out on the opportunity to convert the client when they're interested, when they're eager and excited to book. You are missing out on the opportunity to not take bookings on a request basis, because they might cancel because, you know, they had too much to drink the night before, because they can't be getting out of bed, because, you know, because. If they have given you their money, they're more likely to turn up. They have a sense of respect, accountability, and responsibility towards you. If you haven't yet done an integration with a digital online technology that gives you the ability to take payments on a calendar for a date, for a number of people, for an experience in multiple languages, and allows you to take payment there and then this is something that you have. I want you to really go home and not sleep tonight because of it. Because this, if you do this, this is going to change your life, and there are at least 3 providers in here who can offer you that solution, us included, so you have a lot of choice. Okay. No, this is wrong. We'll go next. Product development. What do we mean by product development? I go to so many wineries, obviously, all the time, and I will go on so many websites. And what is really frustrating is to see that, you know, we go into extremes of either having 20 different tools on the website, you know, of which 19 are basically similar, but they just have a different title. Or we have 2 experiences, and those are the experiences that we sell year after year after year after year. The consumer is really interested right now, and after COVID, they are more likely to build loyalty with the brand, so they are more likely to come back to see you. So you have to think about reinventing your product, you have to think about making your product edgy, you have to think about making your product exciting. So you have to always think, what is my differentiation here? How am I positioning myself differently? By no means, and there is somebody who did it, and I'm not going to mention who they are, by no means don't bring tigers and lions to the winery and, build a zoo there. But there are so many ways in which you can make it super, super interesting for the consumer. I'm going to go to winery A in the morning, and I will see some barrels. I'm going to go to winery B. I don't really want to see barrels, because I've seen barrels already, so I'm a bit tired. I'm going to go to winery B, and I'm going to do a workshop. Or I'm going to go to winery B, and I'm only going to have lunch there. And then I'm going to go to winery C in the afternoon, and I will do a workshop there. This is how the consumer thinks. This is how they want to see the product. This is how they want to sell it. You can't sell online 2 winery visits and lunch. And what's next? Where is the excitement? What am I buying here? How are the 2 wineries different? Okay, sustainability. I really love and hate talking about it, because we need weeks and weeks to actually, for all of us, to understand what sustainability in wine tourism really means and how we can get behind it. But of course, sustainability is important, even if we don't understand it, because, can somebody tell me why? Somebody? Joe. Does anyone know why? Okay, I'll tell you why. That is because the consumer wants it. That is what they want. They don't understand it, they don't know what it is, but they have heard that sustainability is really sexy and it's really, really important. So they're going to start asking you if you're sustainable. And you have to be able to say no or yes, and yes because. And when you're telling them why you're sustainable, you have to make sure that you can really support that with evidence. Because if you can't support it with evidence, it will come and bite you so hard. And I can give you multiple examples of wineries who have done it. And unfortunately, it backfired. So here is a really interesting one. Is anyone from Perelada here? Is the team from... Hello. Okay, great. So do you know about this winery, magnificent winery in Catalonia? Yes, very few people know. Everybody in this room should know, because 1, it's in Spain, and 2, because it has this amazing accreditation, which is the highest standard of accreditation that is given to a building when it respects certain sustainability and eco-friendly guidelines. If you are interested, please do talk to the team, because it's a really interesting case scenario. And for me, this is actually the highlight of my year in terms of places that I have been. But you know, if you are not talking about the fact that you have accreditations in sustainability or anything else, then you need to start doing it right now. I think that is really interesting because in wine tourism we always say we're so good at welcoming people, we're so approachable, we're so friendly, we're so, but we're really bad at selling ourselves. So bad. And you know, what we need to do is we need to take it from just the human touch, just the hugging over lunch and drinking over lunch and, you know, exchanging stories, to actually being able to give the consumer conventional marketing, because everybody is catching up with these trends. And we have to be able to talk the marketing language. And without having those accreditations, without being able to support ourselves and give that evidence, we are going to struggle. Okay, people, this is a really interesting, very nice reel, which I'm really sad I can't show you. But you know, why people? And I've put this at the end, but obviously you will know that this is the most important thing. I have seen so many businesses fail over time because of people. I have seen so many businesses fail over time because the people were not hired properly, because the people were not retained properly, because they were not motivated, and because they did not feel appreciated. That is the most important thing, is that lack of appreciation. In a family business, that becomes very difficult because it's very hard when you're rubbing elbows all the time with your family and, you know, it's always drama. But, you know, we have to always think about the fact that the key to our industry is the people, because we can talk about AI, we can talk about the metaverse, we can talk about many other ways in which people are going to travel. But with wine tourism, the experience, we think, at least I think, for a very long time is going to stay personal. And is going to be about the connectivity and about the human touch. So when you are hiring people, make sure that they are honest and true to the region, they are honest and true to the destination. Earlier on the panel, there was a conversation about how important it is to not have one person doing everything. Jack of all trades, master of none, we say in English. But it's really, really important that we always identify people within the teams that we are running for their strengths. By no means should you give the social media management channel to the winemaker, because I mean, that's stupid. By no means, you know, should you give someone who has absolutely no interest in being, you know, in sales, the possibility or the ability to be there facing people all the time. And this is a lesson that I've learned the hard way over time. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. I've built businesses before. And I have learned that if there is a reason why something doesn't work, why a strategy doesn't sustain, is because of the people, because we haven't hired the right people. So conclusions, people inside and outside your ecosystem, know who is working for you and know who it is that you're selling to, and make sure that you stick to that target market. Don't yo-yo all the time. Sustainability, make sure that you define, know what it is, and can communicate it. Accountability, I mean, that's pretty clear. Technology and intelligent marketing, because content is king and it shall remain king for a very long time. And if you're not doing this yet, then I highly recommend that you do. And obviously, if you have any questions, you can always come and ask me. Do we have time for questions? I know we were running a little bit late, so. Questions? No questions. That's great. Pretty self-explanatory then.
Those great insights, Diana. Knowing the market is essential to create successful strategies and experiences that bring added value to the territory and its stakeholders. Our next session is going to focus on digital transformation and how it can revolutionize the wine tourism sphere, not only to enhance experiences, but also to provide data and insights, optimize marketing strategies, and foster sustainable growth. To moderate this session, I'm pleased to invite on stage David Mora, coordinator of the Master's Degree in Gastronomy Tourism at the Base Culinary Center. David está microfonando por ahí detrás, va a tener un panel muy interesante con Florencia y con Javier, que los vemos ya en la pantalla. Y con este panel, con esta sesión, daremos...
And now on this panel, we'll finish the morning session, then we'll have the lunch here in the Rioja. And then in the afternoon, as you know, the workshop in the wineries in Haro. David, please come up. Social media, sharing, and disseminate. There's David. That's David. Here he is. A round of applause, please. He'll present the other speakers. Can you hear me okay? Bit low? Okay. So, hello everybody. This is great to be here in the Rioja. I'm also, my grandmother was from Haro. I spent a lot of summers here. In this event, I'm David Mora, the coordinator of gastronomy tourism in the Basque Culinary Center, San Sebastian, and thank the organizers for bringing us here, the Government of La Rioja, to speak about digitalization. It's a very regular theme. We have, first of all, Florencia Di Battista. I'll present her in more detail straight away. From Florida, and Javier Gorria, founder of the JIG group in Spain. Javier, it's JIG, not JIG. We're not going to speak English.
Sigue pasando lo mismo.
So, we've talked a lot about digitalization in the recent citrus, and Diana talked about that as well. Well, let's try and give this a bit of shape from these two speakers. Rioja, Mendoza, Argentina. Florencia is a communicator. She's been a tourist guide, and now with her companies helping wineries to communicate. Incoming tourism agency in Mendoza. It's a wonderful place. Agreed. And Javier, he's playing at home. Is the founder of JIG Group, developing software and applications. One of his mantras to create an infinite relationship between the tourist and the winery. We've talked about, Diana talked about content, we've talked about marketing, and we talked about online training, Zoom courses. We've hit a lot of subjects there. And then obviously all under the umbrella of sustainability, as has been said, is a very sexy notion. The digital aspect also has an impact, the cloud. Data centers consume a lot of water and electricity. So, Javier, what does it mean, digitalization, for a winery? We're looking at different elements here, but what about an overall vision, processes, and many other things? I understand it as, I never understand it as an objective. At the end of the day, I'm going to say I'm going to digitize everything. I'm going to make a newsletter or a Facebook account, and I don't think what that represents or what it means. I think digitization, you need to be very clear in your mind what your objective is. To send my good wines online, how can I do that to And then we got the digitization process starts there. Doesn't matter if it's a small or big winery. The plan needs to be able to set up a technological tasting session to get, capturing data. I'm doing data capture and I store in it, and then I don't do anything with that data. What's the point? So I think we've reached a time. The digital kit, more than benefit, has been creating damage. I've got a digital kit. What are you going to digitize? I've got an email account. Fine. How many emails have you received this week about Black Friday? Hundreds. So, as related to a winery, what is the object? What am I going to digitize? What's my aim? I want to send my good wines online. Fine. A Reserva wine, for example. The number of wineries that have set up WordPress is a great tool, and they set up an online shop, and then they get the first order. They don't know how to send it. I've got an online shop. I think digitization means you need to have an overall vision of what you're doing. If you find the tool, there's loads of tools. There are personalized tools, and there are common ones. But you need to give the right service, which is what you're all about, basically. The customer is at the heart. It's somebody on their computer making trying to buy some wine. Would the customer do what you're doing? That's more or less, put yourself in the shoes of the customer. You've talked about obstacles there in Argentina. Are there obstacles to digitization, or is it more and more open? I think it's increasingly open. Well, having an account and have certain tools is quite simple nowadays, both in Argentina and the rest of the world. My mother will be listening now, to me when I'm talking here in Spain. But at least we can reach places that otherwise we wouldn't be able to. So digitization is imminent for all kinds of business. In Spain and La Rioja, La Rioja is great for everything. For a place to live. It's a region that it's only 100 kilometers long, and you go from winery to winery, convincing them or helping them to improve. So it's not great distances to be covered. La Rioja is a great place from that point of view. It's very much related to the place, Franco Españolas, for example, has got 14 people working, and we're working with others where the owner does everything: the manager, the enologist, the winemaker. What for? It's not just enough to have a contact form, and what we need to do is to respond to that contact. Now but it needs to be digitized, made to measure in a way. The key here is to know what do we need. Help the customer, which is what we're all about, and find solutions to his or her needs. The best CRM in the world, Salesforce. We came to La Rioja to try and sell Salesforce, because the tool it's a big tool for a small ecosystem. The key is to try and adapt the message to each winery, to each person, to give a solution to customers. You mentioned you talk about objectives. I think there is a lot of work going on in the tourism sector in Spain, and in the rest of the world, to make companies more efficient. And technology right now allows us wineries or tourism services company to be in real time on the platforms that Diana mentioned. How easy or how difficult is it for wineries or other suppliers to link into these platforms? Is it in Mendoza? Wine tourism is very digitized, and there's software. You can order your wine straight off the web, and it's very well received because people see that the results are good. You just with one click, you can order your case or your bottle or whatever with a confirmed reservation. An individual tourist can do that as well. The question was the integration obstacles, openness. Do all wineries need to be online? One of the first platforms that we set up, the first year they sold to 38% more, not online, but overall. And the fact that you're providing users with a reservation platform where they can decide how and when, just with one click. And maybe I exaggerated a bit when I said with just one click. Maybe you need 3. But the idea is that it should be easy, and then we need to confirm that order. That's very important. The fact that people come, the possibilities that we offer, and give them the chance to modify their order or even cancel it. We can't say, oh, the customer shouldn't cancel their order, but maybe they have to. Any winery, whether it's small or large, can have a platform, at least to order wine. In Mendoza, with the great demand for tourism there is there, it's a very important tool because we're in November, and even some wineries can't supply until January, for example. So, or to plan your trip it's better to reserve in advance. But it's spring in Argentina right now. They're having better weather at the moment. This reminds me, it's similar to the world of hotel and catering. They took a big leap forward by doing online reservations, or you maybe leave a deposit. I don't know if it's for everybody, but these are new opportunities for selling your product. When we talk to our students about, they say TikTok, I'll sell my stuff on TikTok, but that's not really marketing. They need to be thinking about those things too. As for them, you're more of an expert in marketing to increase the digital presence of wineries. What's working well now? What would be your advice for wineries? Well, most of them are got social media accounts, social network accounts, very clear, precise information that be consistent, that the user knows what they're going to receive. That's essential. Another thing that's essential is the presence in the social networks. In my personal case, for example, the increase of consultations or hits and followers or interactions with the platform has been exponential. I'm talking about paid publicity, for example, trying to generate content to interact with people, engagement with people, so that the user can feel a part of the process. They might appear in a publication. Tools so that the winery has a higher profile in the networks. Another thing that works very well with working niche market segments, you have to be careful. Influencers, you have to be careful there a bit, but that generates a lot of visibilities. There have been some positive examples. Being active on the social networks nowadays is almost mandatory, yeah, for the wineries, especially winery. Joe talked about that micro-influencers. Where could you get 10,000 followers, or do you need to be very niche? What's your niche and what's your aim? Exactly what Javier was saying. What's your objective? And then you decide what tools are we going to use to do what we need to do. And how do you integrate the social networks within the digitalization of a winery? Is it something separate? It's very difficult. The social networks are very tricky. Okay, you get a quick profile, but put something interesting there. I'm not that great at that. It's very difficult to find content that really hooks people. There's a lot of trial and error involved here. What you said, the technology together with networks, well, I think it's essential quite often. If a person is looking for information about Mendoza in Google, and then, because of the publicity that the advertising we've done, my profile might appear, my advertising will appear, and these things go hand in hand. The social networks are very demanding. Instagram, it has the biggest impact on me. What the important thing is, if you're going to have a tab or a button to say buy, it must work. That you shouldn't be generating confusion or things don't work or something else happens. That's my main piece of advice. If I'm a purchaser, I like to buy on the internet. I do it. The user experience on Instagram is very important. To what extent can the winery manage your product internally when it receives your order? I've visited a lot of tourism establishment, and somebody said, well, a lad in the village designed the website for me, and then we lost the codes. And there are two enemies. The best tool is Excel. I can't compete with Excel. I just can't do it because, I'm not into different colors for different things in Excel, or nor for a website, because I saw an integration of a Salesforce in a university, and there were some reps had to be torture them to work with Excel. Well, social networks, as you say, is very interesting, and that's a way to grow. What are the networks you need to be present on? Meta, WhatsApp. What's your formula right now? I think that the more presence you have on the networks, you have a greater scope. You reach more people. I focus very much Instagram, but I'm not in Twitter, LinkedIn or YouTube, but I focus more on Instagram. But the more channels you have, the more people are going to reach you, or you reach them. I think ideal, you need to be the biggest number possible. Meta is overwhelming the number of people that are using. But there's marketing emails. YouTube is important for TikTok. I find it difficult to work with it, but it's what's out there. The more channels, the more people we reach. But when does a winery owner actually do his or her work? Because the social media take up so much time. Some people do this all the time, and some find it more. It's better to delegate it in a person because it is a full-time job. I work a lot with tourism agencies, and then you have to. It's very intense work, all this sort of thing. And now let's talk about experience within the wineries. How can digitalization make the visitor experience better? Have you got any experience in a winery to working on that, or working with tools, augmented reality, for example, AI? When we make a reservation, the reservation is made by one person. In wineries, it's very unusual for an unusual person to go on their own. You need to get information about the second person who's interested as well. So what we've come up with is creating, in a simple and autonomous way. In the previous session, we were talking about skill sets for people, but we can't overload people. What we do to design tools to a user to interact with a winery while he or she goes through the process. What any of us want to do when we go to a winery. Nobody goes to a winery to drink water, basically. So when you drink wine, what you want to know what that user is thinking, or what is their opinion about the wine, without going into too much detail on tannins and all that sort of stuff, but trying through games that do not involve the installation of apps, that don't the users need to give us their personal data if they wish or not. We want to get information out of them, but in an interesting way, but with two ways. First of all, to get to know that potential client, and then the previous objective, because I'm capturing this data, what am I going to say to each user? For example, a couple goes with some friends. You need to know their age. Do they like white wines or beer? Did they like the wine they tried? All these things. You don't need to have a massive email sending out to sending an email. Well, seeing as you like whites and you've come with your wife or your partner, I need to be more inclusive, it's true. Did you like the wine? So I'll send you this link to that product with a discount, because I know you came and visit me 30 days ago. Very simple. In the winery, for example, in Mendoza, in Argentina, what wineries are incorporating the technology into the customer experience? Not much, really, in terms of augmented reality, televier, or AI. Some wineries use videos, but in the pandemic, they were doing an augmented reality tour, but in general, it's not very much applied in winery tours. There's an app about for example, the history of the label. You can see a little story attached to that. But generally, in Mendoza, it's more about person to person, with a guide. The technology is fine, but when the user, the tourist, is looking at wineries, they try to connect with people. the emotive aspect. There are great technologies that the emotional contact is maintained, because we try and give advice to people on the best way to handle all this in terms of the visit to the city and the wineries and the culture, and also very friendly relationship with the wine maker or whatever. It makes the visit really a pleasant experience for the tourist. Okay, there's a lot of information, but you really need to focus on emotion and the connection with the owners. The before, the after, and the during, no? It's different if a person answers your WhatsApp rather than a robot, no? In my company in Florida de Bogadas, we work a lot. Answering takes time. I think there is a demand, and people want a real person at the other end of the line. And the technology is reaching places that and then the big elephant in the room, AI. Do you perceive artificial intelligence? The SEO will change radically. Some jobs will disappear. Have you got any?
Yes, I think it's really important. Yeah, I mean, we all know ChatGPT. We're all onto this. Well, they're tools for me. They're tools that facilitate. And they're used a lot as a tool. I don't know in wineries how they're using them. Well, I imagine that you can use it for copy, for texts. Yeah, presentations. Maybe a lot of the presentations are made with ChatGPT. Some students are also using them, I guess. I imagine. But it's going to, I think it's going to have a serious impact on SEO. And when there's a new update of Google, it's going to be really important. And the information, because the guide feeds from what we have said. So everything we haven't said right is in ChatGPT. When you want answers, the answer that you might get, if you get the wrong answer, it's not that it said something wrong. It's that it found this on the internet, and it was badly published. Well, it was well published, but it was wrong. The idea we have has to do with what I talked about tastings. When we have in the guide, we would have profiles of users, where we could recommend the wine that these users really like. And if you tell me, white with flowers and a green bottle, that's it. That's the one I'm. So going a step beyond that, and all this personalized data that we've achieved, how AI can actually recommend a wine. This is what we see, for example, in Mivino, which recommends wines in terms of what you're assessing, what you're uploading and assessing. Going back to communication, what tips for communications for wineries to communicate in their social media, their websites? John gave us some ideas, but in your opinion, I think it's important, depending on who the person is, who's reading you. There are people who have different profiles. I think clear communication is essential. Then we have the idea of well-developed websites. I think the information on how to contact people, a direct link that can, within your first how to contact people, should be there right at the top. What you offer, being clear, I think is one of the essential tips. Also, and looking at trends, because trends are really good because they generate quite a lot of interaction, quite a lot of engagement, and they're there, and people are engaging, and people continue. They create new followers. Can you explain the trends for people who don't know exactly what they are? What is a trend, and how can you join a trend? These are. It's like memes that appear or channels that appear. The idea is that you adapt your business to that. For example, there was one that a happy person and a sad person and a happy person. And tourists that had hired Flor de Bodegas, and those who were unhappy hadn't managed to do that. Or in Mendoza, we have a lot of demand there was a man singing and dancing. He finally got all the bookings he wanted in Mendoza. So the idea is to be a little bit creative, to be able to join these trends, and so people can share. They give you more visibilities. Blogs are really good, having good blog. People really follow blogs. People are interested. They want to know what's going on. They want to hear the latest proposals. Also, for all tastes, for example, in my case, I have I show the more premium and the more family wineries. People realize that I empathize with them if they don't have enough money to go to a top place. Well, there are other options, and this is very much consumer friendly. Yeah, in Instagram and TikTok, the idea of the challenges and trends are very much in fashion right now, so the wineries should analyze their strategy. It's like, when you order something on AliExpress and when it arrives. No, the idea is for people to, to encourage people and to take another step, because it does work. I have Instagram, but I also have my tourist agency, and thanks to many of the things that I have done, I have a lot of good consumers in the tourist agency. But each one can adapt their communication to the profile that their company has. When we were looking at the panel, you were talking about the biogenesis of data, of figures. What is for you the biogenesis of, the diogenes of data? It's just storing, getting the people. Did you collect, get data so the agency can say how many people have come from Cáceres? Well, why do you want that? So storing information that you're not going to use is not really that good idea. If we get this personalized communication, which is the ideal option, not having this mass mailings, if we know what we want and we want to communicate, we really only need, in a booking process, the name, maybe the surname, maybe not even that, the telephone and the email. That's what you need. The name, so you can address the person, and the phone number and the email message. The rest, unless you're going to do something with this person, why do you want it? So this process, this idea of asking for, I have this Excel with 76 columns and 1.5 million, and so what? I put a filter and I get what? What are you going to do with that? So really, try to get just the sufficient data so that the user can be happy with us, and that we, with this data, can provide real information to those who ask for it. This is taking me to the last question, which I think is one of the fields of growth in wineries. I don't know if it's the case in wineries in Argentina, and it's loyalty if they have had a positive experience with this wonderful guide, and then maybe you fail to get their details to be able to continue with this infinite relationship you were talking about. Are you doing it well? Are you doing badly? How can you do it better? Any kind of advice so that you can get the data? I think it's more efficient when they're booking than at the end. Yeah, where you can get. Yeah, and you have, get your email on with, on paper, and I have problems writing the @ symbol. So definitely there are processes that can be done better. I was shocked by what Diana said before about TripAdvisor, because all the wineries I work with, if they look at something, it's TripAdvisor. I got a negative comment in TripAdvisor. Well, get 100 positive comments, because in our platform, we have the Google and TripAdvisor comments. Tomorrow, I'll take away all the TripAdvisor comments. I'll leave only the Google comments. And this assessment that we get, we're not getting data from this user, but you do value and with regard to engagement, if you enjoy yourself, if you have had a wonderful tour, then you're going to give them whatever, you're going to give them whatever they ask for. If you give them the email message and they give you a little a drip, and it's some wineries don't do that. We always give a little gift or something, a little an anti-drip ring, for example. In Boston, I was in Boston in the U.S. to buy some clothes, and there was an iPad, and it said, if you put your email message here, I'll give you $10. Well, no, it wasn't cash. They were going to discount it, but they valued my email address as 10. They thought it was worth $10. So what wineries have to do is see how much value this person is giving you, this information this person is giving you, because they want to engage with you. So, yeah, this is from the time they book to the time they leave the winery. Then they forget, and people are, even if they're super happy, having testimonies are very good to be able to communicate that people left were happy, that you met their expectations, that what they had, what they bought was in line with what they got, what they paid. I think it's important for all wineries and operators have to have this well communicated, because that's what people are going to use. I was going to ask you to close with 2 or 3 ideas. You have given us one. Javier gave us a very concrete idea on how to digitalize that winery that is still thinking about it, that has different tools. Set a goal and see what you want to digitalize and look for tools. What's free is not always good. You have to take that into account. You have to find tools that will allow you to do what you want to do with that process of digitalization. If you want to do online booking, then make sure that they can do the whole online booking process, but then make sure that you do the tour. Because some people, book everything, and then their timetable is blocked. And you have to have a goal and to think who it is directed to. The booking engines are not only aimed at the final consumer, also at your team, must make their life easier. Sometimes you find wineries that find a particular process is a little bit complicated. Can I download an Excel? When somebody is asking for a button so they can download an Excel sheet, then something is going wrong. You have to have a goal and think on your final client to be able to carry out a proper digitalization system. Another thing I wanted to mention is the storytelling aspect is very important for every winery so that the other person can emphasize with you. I think it is fundamental. And I think that with tools, with ChatGPT, you can do some great storytelling and in different languages. It doesn't matter if it's not real 100%, but I think that storytelling is going to allow you to invent or tell about a dish that you have Italian origins and you have maybe an Italian food in the winery or Spanish. Good storytelling can provide a good line, good integration. And then in a month to read everything that is happening because these things are going so fast that you can't stop. Okay, we're going to finish. First, we'll have to send a message to Mr. Gate. Thank you for Excel. And thank you for your time and for all the participants. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to get the picture of the panel. It's the panel picture. David. Here, just in the middle, David. There you go. We always look better in pictures when you get an applause, so please let's clap the speakers. Thank you very much. We have a message, an important message, is that now another session, another panel, where you're all going to be, which is at the dining hall. Yeah, I see some people going, oh my God, another panel. And then after that, we're going to have this afternoon, which is going to be chock full of workshops at 3:30. The buses are leaving, and each one has the name of the destination winery. You're going to be accompanied by the people in charge of Rioja Forum. I'll see you tomorrow morning here at 9:30.
Good evening. I'm looking forward to see you again tomorrow. Bye. Thank you.